guess. Eh? Alrighty. Hello, hello, hello. Sorry you guys had to, what's it called? Just had to wait for me to come back, but as soon as I start stream, I had to go do something, so. But I'm here now. And we're balling. We ball. So, let me see. Nakami Lane mechanism. Luckily, no one is here though, so nobody missed anything, or I didn't miss anything. But yeah. So let me get the game real quick. It's gonna be annoying. But yeah. So what was I gonna say? Oh, hello everybody. Hope you're having a good afternoon. It's Saturday. You know, streaming a little earlier than I usually would, and you know we're here. We ball. So, you know, I'm excited to continue this game, show you guys what I've been up to. Oh, well, actually I haven't been up to anything, but oh man, what's it called? You know, we're here, we ball, we're just gonna keep going, you know. But yeah, so do want to mention, thank y'all for 500 subscribers. What's it called? What's the word? Oh, we hit it yesterday, I think it was yesterday. I think I put it in my channel's bio. It should have. Yeah, I hit it yesterday. And you know, I just want to sincerely thank you all for joining me on this journey. You know, it's been crazy. We're only just getting started though. Almost there to getting memberships and all that. So that's gonna be fire, and once I get that, I'm gonna be halfway to being able to get monetized. So that's gonna be cool. But yeah, no. So you know, that being said, really appreciate it, and we're just gonna keep going. But I did want to mention to you all before I start that I do have what's the word? Dang, what is the word? I have 3 videos in the works right now, and only expect one of them to come out like soon, as in like before the end of this year. The other 2 are gonna take some time, so you know, just be ready for that. One of them you'll know because I'm playing the game right now, but yeah, you know, the other 2, one may come as a surprise and the other one won't, but you know, we shall see when we get there. But yeah, so that being said, I got past the level on Blue, and I was stuck on for like 3 days. So it doesn't matter to some of you who are paying too, who didn't really care, but you won't hear me complaining about it. So yeah, that's good. But yeah, so you know, let's get moving. And pardon me if you hear me talking with my mouth full. I stepped away to get food. Alright. Sound of the phone ringing. So if I remember, you immediately have to pick it up. Immediately. Yep. The phone I pressed against Kaguru's head stopped ringing, and in a moment, the world changed. Yep. So this is what I was waiting for. So I thought that this scene was before the choice, but it's actually as a result of the choice. So that's interesting. But, hold on, give me 1 second. Alrighty. I was inside a deep black darkness. There was no sound, no temperature, just darkness, cold, and silence. No one was here. I didn't even know if I was asleep or awake. There was nothing but a vague sense of presence. Nothingness. Nothingness spreading out to infinity. Okay, no, not yet. We're not there yet. Huh? What was I doing? Wasn't I...
ちょっと岡部 いつまでもそんなところで寝てると風邪ひくわよ。
I turned towards the voice. Standing there next to the open curtains of the development room was...
何よ。
Again?
なんだ、クリス、いたのか。
Oh. Ah, okay, okay, alright. I was so confused for a second. I was like, what?
いたのかとはずいぶんご挨拶だな。さっきからずっとここにいたじゃない。
Okay, so I want to be transparent. So last stream, which actually I should talk about that before we continue. Recursive Mother Goose. That ending's interesting because to me it actually is one of the worst out of the game. Not the worst, because you know. Well, Gehenna's Stigma inherently has to be the worst ending in the game because it's the bad ending, so it has to be. But it's also like Recursive Mother Goose is an interesting one for me because of the fact that it isn't a bad ending, not at all. Most of these endings, except for Gehenna's Stigma, are decent endings, except for like the true ending, which is the best one. But you look at it and it's like, huh, Recursive Mother Goose is weird because like I like the route more than I do the ending. I feel like the ending was kind of weak in comparison to the route itself. The route was pretty good, but I just felt like, it's weird to explain. It's hard to explain, but I didn't feel as fulfilled as I did with like Twin Automata, or how I'm going to feel once we finish this ending. Which, you know, now we're on an ending route as well, because Promise from Nascimento, if you remember, if you were there for like a stream or two ago, is a what's it called? It is an ending. But yeah, so you know, we're going to get an ending by the end of this stream, or at the very least during the stream, because depending on how long I play this game, you know, we'll see. But I could very well get this ending and then keep going. But you know, we shall see. We shall see. But I did all of that to not do any of what I did. Let me pull up the ending routes now. Alright, so answer the phone, and after that we just shoot, do the true ending. Alrighty, keep going.
そうだったか。
そうよ。昨日も一昨日もずっとここにいたわよ。
It did seem that way, come to think of it. My head seemed like it was full of fuzz, but I wasn't sleepy or tired or anything like that. My mind was very awake, but something was missing, something important.
そういえば、ダルやマユリはどうした？
あんた本当に大丈夫？何か不具合でもあったんじゃない？
どういう意味だ？
橋田もまゆりも、ほらそこにいるじゃない。
え？
おかりん、てってれ
ー。僕のこの大きすぎる存在感を見落としてるなんてどうかしてるぜ、オカリン。
That's right. Dara and Mayuri were always here, weren't they? No, it wasn't just them.
今日な、元気がないにゃ。フェイリスの萌え萌えチャームで元気を取り戻すんだにゃ。
京馬さん、僕にできることがあったら何でも言ってくださいね。
There's some Lukako too. And Kiryu. Oh my god. Suzuha.
岡部倫太郎のために その辺の食べられそうな草で私が特別ジュース作ってあげるよ。
私もいるよ岡部君。
I just thought it was cute when she calls him Okabe-kun. Suzuha and Moeka. All the lab members were in the lab, like they always were. That's right. This is my daily life. It's just how I spend every day.
ふむ。全員いるようだな。
So, I want to say, this is a new sprite. This is actually not from the original game because in the original game, if I remember correctly, unless if I'm wrong, I gotta check. But the picture with everybody at the round table only went up to the original 4 members, and where's the picture at? The original 4 members in Moeka. Maybe Lukaku, but the only people, actually, it was Daru, Okabe, Moeka, Mayuri, and Kurisu. Lukaku, Suzuha, and Ferris weren't in the original picture, even though they were a part of the lab. They just never had the CG for them being a part of the round table, since Moeka was usually the first one, or not usually, but she was the first one that they used the demo for. So they just used the CG for that, and for when they were talking about how to make the time machine, using the time loop machine. So it's you know, interesting little lore. But yeah, anyway, so I love this CG so much, so iconic.
では、ただいまより第65536回目の円卓会議を行う。お前たち、
Damn, that
準
many.
備はいいか？
まったくいつも暑苦しいわね。
お前こそいい加減そのおすましフェイスはやめるんだな、助手。
だから私はあんたの助手になった覚えはないと言ったろうが。
オカリンとクリスちゃんはいつも仲良しだね。
イチャイチャしやがってリア充爆発しろ。
ちょっと橋田、私がいつこいつとイチャイチャしたって言うのよ。
No, yeah, you are.
仲がいいほど喧嘩するって言うにゃ。
羨ましいです。
漆原ルカも一緒にイチャイチャすればいいじゃん。
ダメです。僕にはそんなことできません。
Yeah.
イチャイチャ。
Yeah.
ねえ、お前たちいつまで無駄話をしている。さっさと会議を始めるぞ。
ね、今日の議題は何なんだ？
そんなものは決まっている。今日の議題は
What?
議題は
岡部？
Something was wrong.
オカリン？
Everything seemed the same, but
どうしたんオカリン。
that's right. It was cold.
キョーマ？
I didn't feel it.
京馬さん。
No emotions.
岡部倫太郎？
No warmth.
岡部君。
Everyone was here. But it was cold and dark. Cold. Cold. Cold, 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 cold.
岡部倫太郎。
It was so cold it felt like the marrow of my bones was going to freeze. You know how crazy that sounds? That's gotta be like, you're basically dead at that point if it's that cold.
京馬さん。
Like my bones were made of ice. Like all the blood in my body had been replaced with mercury.
オカリン。
It was cold. It felt like I was going to freeze at any moment. What was this?
オカリン？
Where was this place? Where was I?
Okabe.
Go. Hi. This route, man. It's really such a travesty that I played this route second. This route is so good when you play it. If you play it first, this route is so good, which makes the other route even better. Which is like, dang, like I really did a misstep by playing the other route first. But oh well, you know, it is what it is. If pork chops were perfect, we wouldn't have hot dogs, right? Where? Or was it? What was I doing? I tried to speak, but the words didn't come out. You know, like I was lying on a bed, and a very hard one at that. I slowly looked around. It wasn't the lab, and it wasn't my room. Of course, I'd never seen it before. Yeah, I messed up. What was I doing here? Go. There was a terrible pain in my head, like someone had jammed an electrode into my brain. I tried to raise my hand as I lay there, but it was too heavy. It was like all the joints in my body had frozen. It took all of my strength to slowly sit up. Each time I moved a little, my muscles screamed in pain, and pain ran through my whole body. After several minutes, I finally succeeded in sitting on the edge of the bed and looking down. I realized I was wearing a white gown like hospital patients wear. There was some kind of equipment on my head, and the cables coming out of it were connected to a strange machine. What happened to me? Just a moment ago, I was... Go. That's right, Coggery. Carissa's memories have been downloaded into Cog. That sounds crazy. Downloaded is insane. Here you go. Carissa's memories have been downloaded into Coggery's head. There you go. Well, we try to erase them by overwriting them with Coggery's own memories, and then... That's right. I remembered now. The world line has shifted right after that. What had happened then? I tried to remember, but it was like my mind was filled with fog. For now, I needed to figure out where I was. I took off the headgear and got out of bed. And collapsed. This didn't make any sense. Was I just dizzy after all that was going on in my head? I tried to stand up again. And I couldn't get any strength in my legs. I kept standing up and falling over, and in the end I was only able to get up by grabbing the side of the bed. How could standing on my own 2 feet be so exhausting? Was I sick with some terrible disease? And then maybe I'd been in bed for several days. Somehow I somehow managed to drag my weak legs to the door. It was bizarrely heavy, or maybe it just seemed that way to me. It only opened after I put my full weight onto it. The door was locked, but it seemed to be that kind that could be opened from the inside. I walked down the dark hallway, leaning up against the wall for support. At the end of the hallway were stairs. I clung to the railing and slowly walked up them. At the end of the stairs, I found a hatch. Using the full strength of my back, I was just barely able to get it open. I was inside an old building. I walked down the crumbling hallway, still clueless as to what was going on, and finally found the door to the outside. Exhausted, I staggered outside, and I saw mounds of shattered rubble.
なんだこれ
Rows of destroyed, abandoned buildings. Exposed, twisted steel girders. At first I thought it was a movie set, but it was all far too realistic for that. The walls, the windows, the ceilings, everything was destroyed. Little bits of rubble covered the ground. There were cracks in the asphalt on the road, making it impossible to walk straight. And it wasn't just directly in front of me. I spun around a full 360 degrees and saw the same scene everywhere. I smelled oil. I smelled something burning. I looked up at the sky. It was dark and gloomy. I thought it just might be cloudy, but something else seemed to be going on. I could see the hazy outline of the sun behind the black curtain that covered the sky. A violent pain in my throat made me cough. There you go. I quickly covered my mouth with my sleeve, with the sleeve of my gown. My eyes stung. Look in here. There you go. That's all it took. That's all it took. My eyes stung. I tried once more to calm down and see if I could remember what happened, but no luck. All I knew for sure was that there had been a world line shift when I deleted Curtis's memories from inside Calgary. There you go. The memories held by the Amadeus Kurisu, and the memories implanted in Calgary. Maybe when whoever owned them changed, that is, whoever held Curtis's time machine theory, the world line changed with it. And this is another altered world line. You'd be surprised. You will be surprised. There you go. Which meant what I was seeing. I saw what looked like an ash-covered stick poking out of the ground in the corner of my eye. I slowly went to take a closer look. It was sticking out of the rubble, and at the tip it split into 5 smaller branches. Yep, it was a hand. It was a human hand that had been scorched pitch black. A terrible feeling came uprising out of my stomach. Suddenly I thought I saw something moving. Someone was there. Where? I listened carefully to try and pick them out. The other side of that big building. I could hear some kind of sound from over there. Was someone there? If there was, maybe they could tell me what the hell was going on. Trying my best not to make any sound, I peeked through the walls of the crumbling building. They were there. Oh, they were there, alright. There were people there. Lots of them. But they weren't people anymore. They were just human-shaped wads of meat, piled up in a mountain. And top of that mountain was a pack of dogs. Something long and slick was hanging out of the dog's mouth. The intestines. They were eating them. They were eating the bodies. The stench was horrible. The sound of the flies was overwhelming. It was something. It was like something out of hell. My gaze met the vacant eyes of one of the bodies. One of its eyes fell out, and black insects crawled out of the empty socket. Good lord, that's guttural. I ran away. I ran as fast as I could, stumbling forward on falling legs. Somewhere around here that was sane. But no matter how far I went, it was the same thing. Mounds of rubble, rows of abandoned buildings. All I could see were the dead. There were no living humans. And then I found it. There were rows of huge buildings, which all looked like they were about to fall over. The roads were full of cracks. There was a warped overpass sticking out of the ground. A few rows of iron and railroad ties. I knew it. I knew this place. It was only a shadow of its former self, but I knew it. It was a Kyoma, which meant... Where was Mayuri? Where was Dara? Where was Ferris? What about Lukaku or Suzuha? What happened to Maho and Kagari? Just as I ran toward the lab to find out, I heard footsteps behind me. Rough footsteps stomping over the rubble. More than one set. They got louder and louder, and soon I saw them coming towards me from between the crumbling buildings. There were 3 of them. They each had assault rifles in their hands. When they saw me, they all pointed their guns at me. There was so much I wanted to ask them. There were things I wanted to know. The only thought that came to me was that I needed to get away. But even as I tried to turn and run, my body refused to listen. They must have sensed that I was about to flee because one of them yelled. Holes appeared in the concrete on my feet. They shot at me. They really shot at me. They shot at me with real guns. If I'd just been a little closer, they would have hit me. I was too scared to stand. The men got closer, still holding the guns. Run. You have to run. But it was like my body belonged to someone else. It wasn't listening to me. The man kept getting closer. And then... there was another sharp noise. One of the men collapsed to the side. He hit his head on the rubble and stopped moving. The other 2 waved their guns around, clearly confused as to what just happened. Something dragged me to the ground. And then more gunshots. The 2 of them fell backwards, still holding their weapons at almost the exact same time. They died. Right in front of me. Someone had died. I could do nothing more than sit there and watch as the silhouette moved in front of me. I have no idea who you are, but, well, Yokabi doesn't. I know who you are. And the person I saw was... Suzuha.
ほら、いつまでボケっと座っているつもりだ。
お前、殺したのか？
何を生っちょろいこと言ってるんだ、お前。
It was a colder voice than I had ever heard.
お前、鈴葉だよな。
Her iron mask of an expression suddenly changed to surprise. But that was only for a moment. A second later, and the fiercest had returned.
お前、何者だ？
俺のこと知らないのか？
Did she really not? Did the change in the world line mean that Suzuha and I had never met?
岡部だよ。岡部倫太郎だ。
The expression on her face changed again.
岡部倫太郎、そんなバカな。
Two pairs of icy footsteps sounded in the
こっち
darkness.
だ。
After I'd given my name, Suzu had stared at me suspiciously for a moment. Then she made some kind of call and told me to come with her. She made me wear a blindfold almost the entire time, though, so I had no idea which way I'd gone or where I
止
was.
まれ。
I did as she said. When I heard the knock, I finally realized we were in front of a door.
バッキュンキュン。
Evidently, that was the password. I could only think of one man who'd choose such a stupid password. I heard the sound of a heavily locked door opening, and at last I saw a dimly lit room in the darkness. The room was piled high with what looked like mechanical junk. Rows of instruments lined the walls. A man was sitting in front of them, looking straight at me.
よかった。やっと目を覚ましたんだな、オカリン。
Who was this guy? How did he know my name? He must have been in his mid-40s. He was a big, broad-shouldered man with a stubbly face. There was a sharp but gentle light in his eyes. I felt like I'd seen him somewhere before.
あなたは
Daru. I say you can
や
tell
だ
from
な
the shirt.
僕のこと忘れたん？そりゃいくらなんでも冷たいぜ、オカリン。
The way he talked, in that voice. There's only one person it could be. But that was...
まさかダルか。
The man's face broke into a broad
よかった
smile.。
覚えててくれて。てっきり忘れられたのかと思ったのだぜ。
ダル
Daru.
本当にダルなのか。
こんなナイスガイ、僕以外にいるわけないじゃん。な、鈴葉。
せめてもうちょっと痩せてくれれば認めなくもないけど。
そう言うなって。これでも若い頃に比べれば随分と痩せたんだぜ。
Sorry, I have food in my mouth. There you go. Alright. Had to chew for a second. Indeed, the Daru in front of me was quite a bit slimmer than the Daru I knew.
というか父さん、少し言葉遣いおかしくない？
Kyum kyum.
僕も久々にこういう話し方したよ。でも、オカリンはこの方が話しやすいだろうと思ってさ。
Look at Daru being smart, man. Look at Daru being smart. He knows. He knows. The more pressing issue, though, was his age. He was clearly a middle-aged man. The youngest I could possibly imagine him to be was his early 40s. And then I saw a shelf in the corner. I saw a man I didn't know reflected in its glasses. It was another man like him, in his 40s. He was staring at me with a gloomy, sunken face. I slowly raised my right hand, and the right man raised his left as if copying me.
ダル一つ教えてくれ。
何でもどうぞ。
今は何年だ。
Dao's smile quickly became something more serious as he answered me.
2036年、世界は戦乱の真っ只中だ。
Dao gave me all the details.
それじゃあ本当に今は2036年なのか。
そういうこと。
It seemed unbelievable. With Dao's appearance, and more than anything, my own, made it undeniable. There you go. That there. 2036. There you go. This. Stop. Suzuha had said that World War III would start sometime in the next 10 years. 5.6 billion people would die, and the population of Tokyo would drop a tenth to what it once was. After that, the Dowa War itself would end, but the chaos would continue, and even in Japan, no, everywhere around the world, battles would continue.
だがどうして俺はそのことを何も覚えていないんだ。
All my memories were of 2011. There you go. Oh, there you go. Was that what I just seen? There you go. I had no memories of the past 25 years. My last memory was of erasing Kurisu's memories from Kaguru's
それ
head.
に俺は2025年に死ぬと鈴葉から聞かされていた。どうして生きているんだ。
それは私も聞きたい。父さん、
Suzuha chimed
私た
in.
ちはみんなオカリンおじさんは10年前に死んだって聞かされてきたんだ。
Suzuha leaned over
父
him.
さん、これはどういうこと？もしかして私たちを騙してたのか？
落ち着け鈴葉。ちゃんと説明するから。
Dao looked at me as if he was remembering old times, then resumed his
オカリン
explanation.
は2011年の1月半ばまでの記憶しかないってことで OK？
ああ、2011年の1月に世界線が変動した。それ以降のことは覚えていない。
I gotten 25 years older without realizing it. That fact was starting to eat away at me.
やっぱ体の方に少し問題があるのか、それとも混乱してるのか。今のオカリンの頭の中には2011年の1月末までの記憶がなきゃいけないんだけど。
どうして1月末なんだ。
マホタンがオカリンの記憶をデータとして保存したのが2011年1月末のことだからさ。
He actually saved
ア
my
マデウスの
memories.
研究の役に立ちたいから記憶サンプルを取ってくれってオカリンからマホタンに頼んだらしいじゃん。
俺がアマデウスの。
And then I realized something incredible.
ということはもしかして今の俺の脳の中は。
そう、お察しの通り、今のオカリンの脳内にある記憶はその時の2011年にデータ化された記憶なんだ。
Digitized memories inside my head.
ちょっと待って父さん、話が全く見えない。そもそもどうしてオカリンおじさんが生きてるの？おじさんは2025年に死んだって言ってただろ？
死んだよ、事実上はね。
事実上？
タイムマシン開発競争はその頃がピークだったんだ。各国のいろんな機関がマキセ・クリスが残した論文と彼女の記憶を欲していた。でもその時点でマキセ・クリスの遺産は全部ストラト4の手に渡ってたんだよね。
Stratfor.
ただ連中をもってしても論文の中身を確かめることはどうしてもできなかった。ロックを解除できなかったんでね。ちなみにそのロックを開発したのは2010年の僕。そこでストラト4は マキセ・クリスをよく知る人物を捕まえて情報を聞き出そうとしたんだ。
それが俺か。
連中はオカリンの記憶からマキセ・クリスについての情報を取り出すためにあらゆる手を使ったらしい。僕たちが助け出した時にはオカリンの精神はボロボロだった。まともに生きるための能力さえ失ってた。回復する見込みのない、死んだのとほぼ変わらない状態だったんだ。
それじゃあ肉体は生きていたってこと？
そういうこと。これはオカリン自身の入れ知恵でもあった。オカリンは自分が狙われてることに危機感を覚えてたからね。
でもせめて私にくらいは教えてくれてもよかったはずだ。
敵を騙すにはまず味方からって言うだろ。
そんな。
Suzuha seemed a little depressed. Must come as a shock that her dad didn't trust her.
そんな顔するな、鈴葉。このことを知ってたのはワルキューレの中でもごく限られた一部の人間だけだ。
Well, I say only him and Maho, right? I need the name Doctor. Should I talk to? Hold on. Pop. Give me 1 second. Alrighty, that should be good now. Suzuha had talked about it a lot in 2010. It was the name of Daru Suzuha's resistance coalition, using organization. Organization 13. Alright, tips. An armed group of irregular fighters who oppose a government or the members of that group. The difference between a resistance fighter and a terrorist is very... Wow. Dang, now he's right. He's either right. The difference between a resistance fighter and a terrorist are... Ah, dang. Wow, tips. You really gave me something to think about, huh? That's crazy. Because by all accounts, Okabe and the resistance in Valkyrie, they're terrorists. They actually are terrorists. That's crazy.
話を続けよう。オカリンは心を破壊されたせいで生きるための能力を失っていた。放っておいたら肉体さえ死んでしまう状態だった。そこで事実を知る一部の人間の手によってこことは別の施設でずっと面倒を見てきたんだ。
From 2025 to 2036, 11 years without letting anyone find out. You needed nutrients to keep your body alive. And since I was in bed the whole time, my joints would have gotten stiff and friction against the body would have caused my skin to split open. Someone had watched over me the whole time to keep that. That's crazy. Hold on. So, yeah, his joints, that makes sense. Friction against the bed. Skin to split open. I gotta see that because, well, not visually, but like understand what that means. Skin splitting open. Split skin, skin fissures. Oh, skin becomes dry, cracked skin, yeah. Yeah, okay, that makes sense, because you haven't moved in a long time. Someone, dang, Kabe's smart, man. Kabe's so smart. Someone had, yeah, they already know about that.
マユリが
マユシだけじゃない。フェイリスタンやルカシ、
No,
それ
never
に
mind.
マホタンもだ。
Basically just the original lab members, including Maho. They were alive. Mayuri, Ferris, and Lukaka. Even in this terrifying world, they were still alive and still looking after me. They had been for years.
なあ、誰？どうして俺は今になって目を覚ましたんだろうか。
My memories have been digitized in 2011. If they'd known those memories existed, they could have downloaded them into me a lot
そ
earlier,
れは
right?
単純な話さ。オカリンの記憶データはつい最近までどこにあるかわからなかったんだよね。つうか、オカリンとマキセ・クリスの記憶データはストラト4がずっと保管してたんだけど、その保管場所がずっとわからなかったわけ。見つけたのは半月前。どこにあったと思う？驚くぜ。
どこだ？
東大元暮らし。大学だよ、僕たちの。
Yeah, Tokyo Denki.
東京電機大学か。
その地下に連中の支部があったんだよ。つっても今はほとんど廃墟になってるけどな。
Sheffer had a base in the had a base in the basement of Tokyo Denki.
で、半月前にオカリンの記憶データをサルベージした僕たちは早速脳にデータをダウンロードした。
But for the next 10 days, I hadn't woken up. And just as they were about to give up, I finally awoken. After 25 years. 25 years. I stared at my hands. They were so thin that I could almost see the bone. I could see veins popping out of them. The face reflected in the glass was unhealthy and wrinkled. My hair was starting to turn white too.
起きたら25年後だったなんて。とんだ浦島太郎だな。
気持ちの整理がつかないのも無理ないさ。
Of course it was a shock. But the most shocking thing
この
was
記憶は一度データになったものなんだな。
my memories since I was a kid. My memories of that summer. My memories with Kurisu. All of them have been transformed into zeros and ones. Could you still say that I was a person? Could I still be called
で
human?
もそれを言うならマキセ氏のタイムリープマシン技術だって同じじゃん。オカリンはあれ何度も経験したはずっしょ。
He was right. But even if I knew it in my head, it still felt strange. I've been cut off from 25 years of time. It had all been forgotten and left behind in a digital. So that's interesting, right? I'm trying to process this. So this isn't, well, no, actually, okay, I understand it. So my issue was that how did Okabe basically jump from here to the future? But I think it's mostly just the game being like, oh yeah, we're just gonna cut you off here when you transfer Kaguri's memories. I don't know why they cut it off there, but basically the reason why this all works is that they digitize Okabe's memories and then they saved them for Amadeus, right? But in that 25-year span, Okabe lived his life. He quote unquote died, and they finally found his memories. And so the fact that he was still alive, quote unquote, they put his memories into his mind. And so the Okabe that we are now technically is the Okabe from 2011, but not the same Okabe from 2011, if that makes sense. He basically the one from 2011 just basically leaped 25 years into the future, technically, by the loosest of terms. There you go. I already read that. Yeah, it felt like it had been stolen from me.
私はやっぱり納得いかない。
I mean, you can't accept
そう
it.
言うなって鈴葉。
父さんはいい。そうやって世界中を騙していたんだから。
だから仕方なかったんだってば。
Deceived, huh? I've been deceived too. I've been told I was fated to die in 2025, and that even in the beta world line that wouldn't change. But no matter how it happened, or how it had happened, I was alive right now. Even in the past, I've been deceived by the future. It wasn't just me. Suzuha and everyone else. The whole world had been deceived. Yep.
世界が
Yep.
騙される。
He's starting to think now the cogs are turning. And then there was a knock on the outside of the door. There was a visitor, it seemed. Suzuha got close to the
君
door.
に萌え萌え。
After hearing the world's most ridiculous password, Suza unlocked the door. It opened and a young girl came in.
太郎おじちゃん、鈴葉お姉ちゃん、トゥットゥルー。
かがり、ここには用がある時以外は来るなと言ってるだろう。
Seems like she has a reason. Kagari. This child was a young Kagari.
ごめんなさい。でもママたちみんな出かけて帰ってこないんだもん。
まあまあ、そう目くじら立てることもないだろう。
また父さんはそうやって甘やかす。こういうことはきちんとしておかなきゃダメなんだ。
The way they interacted hadn't changed in 25 years. I ignored them and looked at Kagari. And she seemed to notice me too.
こんにちは。
こんにちは。
おじさんは誰？
俺か。俺は。そうだな。君のママの友達だ。
I hesitated for a moment but decided not to give her my name.
マユリママの？
ああ、そうだ。
へえ。
ママは優しいか？ママのこと好きか？
大好き。
そうか。
That's so sweet. I could see the love she felt for her mother radiating from her face. Mayuri must have raised her with a lot of love too. She'd been raised with everything Mayuri could give her. And that was all she needed. But after this she was going to go to the past. She'll be all alone in the past, separated from her beloved Mayuri. And then it would catch her and use her as a test subject. Honestly, if Mayuri
そう
knew
いえ
that...
ば父さん、まゆ姉さんには伝えたのか？おじさんが目覚めたこと。
If Mayuri knew, well, like, of course hindsight's 2020, so of course she would, but if Mayuri knew what would happen to Kaguri in the past, she would never have sent her at all. Like, arguably what happened to her in the past is significantly worse than what would happen to her in the future if she stayed, which is just like, oh, I live in a post-apocalyptic world here, but it's like, in the past I'm gonna be tortured. Like, I'm gonna be significantly tortured, or excuse me, tortured egregiously. And honestly, I don't blame her for just not sending her if she did. Like, it's like, oh, you have the chance for her to have a better life. It's like, no, if only you knew. If only you knew. There you go. Oh shoot. Well, there were people watching, but now they're gone. That's what happens when that's what happens when I don't look at chat, but Victor whipping your mama. There you go. Go back to the game.
あ、いかん。すっかり忘れてた。早く教えてやらんと。
He took out what looked like a small
こちら
wireless radio.
バレルタイター。応答せよ。こちらバレルタイター。
What the
こ
heck?
ちらスターダストシェイクハンドです。どうぞ。
Oh man, Okabe has such an impact on people, man. That's so cute. So if you guys don't remember, well, some of you may remember, but so my Okabe, whenever he'd see Mayuri space out and look at the sky, especially in the first game, the second game she doesn't do it that much, but in the first game he would call it Stardust handshake, which is basically just her spacing out like that. That's all it really was, but Mayuri remembered it, and now she's using it as her code name. Genius. The voice I heard from the speaker was definitely Mayuri's. Felt a lot calmer than what I was used to, but it was definitely Mayuri. Wait, what was Stardust handshake? No, you know what it is, you know.
あ、かがりちゃん、誰おじさんのところにいるの？おじさんは大事なお仕事があるから、あんまり邪魔しちゃダメだよ。はーい。
そんなことよりまゆし、スペシャルなニュースだ。
スペシャルなニュース？
ああ、心して聞いてくれ。オカリンが 目覚めた。
もしかして岡部さん、目を覚ましたんですか？
I heard one voice I knew after another coming from the radio. The voices didn't seem to have changed all that much.
そういうわけで3人ともすぐに戻ってきた方がいい。マユシ、どうしたマユシ。
ダメ、マユシーは嬉しさのあまり涙ぐんで声も出ないみ
That's
たい。
so cute.
まあ、
Wow.
無理もないよな。オカリンの復活を
Yeah,
一番
anybody
望ん
would,
でたの
yeah.
はマユシなんだからさ。
Yeah. My Yuri.
とにかくみんな早く戻った方がいい。
わかった。食料を受け取ったらすぐに戻るわ。
Everyone else was overjoyed, but I saw that Suzuha's expression was clouded. She's so upset, bro.
どうした鈴葉。
なんでまゆ姉さんたち食料調達に出ている？今日は予定になかったはずだ。
え？
Never mind. I forgot this was the scene, yeah.
そんなはずない。確かに今日だって昨日の夜遅くに連絡が。
まずい、それは罠だ。みんなすぐに戻って。
A scream from the speaker cut her off.
どうした？何があった？
襲撃です。敵襲が。
くそ。
マイルちゃん、リリーさん、逃げて。ここは僕が。
でもそんなことしたらルカディアンが。
僕なら大丈夫ですから。早く。
ダメ、ルカ君。ルカディアン。
父さん。
おう。
Suzuha started running and Daru followed after.
待ってくれダル、俺も行く。
でもオカリ
No.
その体じゃ。
行かせてくれ頼む。
He hesitated for a moment and then quickly nodded and offered me his shoulder. There you go. Smart man, smart man. He was a little thinner when he was young, but his shoulder... There you go. But his shoulder was still gigantic. Put my weight on it as we followed Suzuha. When we finally got there, I saw several silhouettes. I've been mentally preparing myself for a fierce battle, but the whole place was dead quiet. There were several men dressed like soldiers lying on the ground nearby. In front of them was Suzuha. Kneeling next to her were two women. And at their feet...
ルカ子。
I could tell at a glance. The person lying there was Lukaku.
おかり。
The two women looked up at me.
オカリ。ルカニャンが。ルカニャンが。
Hyouoin and Ferris both seemed to be beaten down by the passage of time. His features had grown more gallant, but his face was still soft and feminine. Lukaku looked at me with hazy eyes.
ルカ子、
本当に岡部さんなんですか？
あ、ルカ子、俺だ。
その呼び方、本物の岡部さん。
A single trail of blood dripped from Lukaku's mouth. His outfit was stained with blood over his right breast, and the blood dripped over onto the ground. I knew immediately that the wound was fatal.
よかった。さっきの話は嘘じゃなかったんですね。
お前たちのおかげでこうして目覚めることができた。ありがとう。
Lukaku's hand reached up toward the sky as if he was looking for something. Maybe he couldn't even see me anymore. When I grabbed his hand, it was very cold.
どうした？
僕、やりました。
ああ、
京馬さんに教えてもらった精神ザマ流の心へのおかげで今までまゆりちゃんやみんなを守ってこられました。僕、仲間になれましたよね。皆さんの本当の仲間になれましたよね。
バカ。お前は最初からずっと俺たちの仲間だ。
Lukaku reached out a cold hand and touched my cheek, and smiled a dazzling smile.
嬉しいな。
That was all he said, and then the touch of my cheek disappeared.
ルカコ。ルカコ。
ルカ
The cold hand fell to the rubble-covered ground. And never moved again.
なんてことだ。
よかった。ルカ君はオカリンとずっと会いたがっていたから、最後に会えたのは本当によかった。
Glad. She was glad. After this, Yuri's words made me realize how hellish the last 25 years I'd slept through must have been.
漆原ルカ、あなたはとても立派に戦いました。私たちはあなたに救われました。どうか安らかに。
こんなのあんまりだろ。
マユシは
泣き疲れて眠ったよ。
無理もないよな。マユシはルカシとずっと仲良かったから。
ルカ兄さん。
Lukaku was dead. He died protecting my Yurian affairs. In my mind, his death was overlapped with Mayuri's. Mayuri's hands got colder, and so did Lukaku's. It was the same no matter where I went. Mayuri, Lukako, and Kurisu. Everyone dies.
あの戦争をきっかけにたくさんの人間が死んだ。小学校の友達も中学高校の友達も大学の友達も親戚も先生も知り合いも大人も子供も、それから大切な人もたくさんの、本当にたくさんの人間が死んだんだ。
I knew this was coming. At least I thought I knew. If I didn't reach Steins Gate, if I stayed in a beta world line, the world would eventually burn. Go. Let me stop. What am I doing? I heard it 1,000 times, and I thought I knew what the future would be like. But in the end, it was just a story about the distant future. It didn't feel real at all. I could only imagine it. All I had were vague, unrealistic ideas. All the 1,000 nightmares I experienced, I thought nothing could be worse. But there was something worse, significantly worse. But when I saw it with my own eyes, heard it with my own ears and felt it with my own skin, I realized that everything I thought was wrong. Piles of bodies, wild dogs devouring human corpses, dead soldiers, the smell of burning flesh, the smell of rotting organs, the warmth of Lukako's blood in my hands, the warmth of Mayuri's blood, the warmth of Kurisu's blood. I thought that if nothing else, I could manage to save Mayuri. I'd let Kurisu die, turned my eyes away from reality, and told myself that at least I saved Mayuri and the others. But in the end, I hadn't saved anyone. Even if I had only saved myself. I was the only person I managed to save. No one else. Not Kurisu. Not Mayuri. Not Kaguri. Not Lukako. I hadn't saved anyone.
クリスをアマデウスの呪縛から解放してやってくれ。伝言、2025年のオカリンから。
俺の伝言。
シュタインズゲート世界線への道は険しい。一度や二度やり直したところでたどり着ける道ではないだろう。けれどまずはそこから始めることがシュタインズゲートへとつながるんじゃないか。いくつもの未来の先が過去へとつながっているんじゃないか。11年前オカリンはそう言ってた。
クリスを解放。
だからさ、僕たちがいるこの世界も無駄じゃない。きっと必要な世界なんだ。少なくとも今の僕はそう思ってる。もちろんだからってこのままでいいってわけじゃない。だからさ、オカリン、もう一度戻って考えてみてもいいんじゃね。オカリンの記憶の途切れたその時間にさ。
2011年か。でもそんなこと。
So I'm just eating again. I can see my aged body in the glass.
この姿のまま戻ったところで俺に何ができる？
できるわ。
I heard a voice I recognized from the radio.
久しぶりね、岡部さん。11年ぶりかしら。
ひよ嬢さんか。
部屋の奥を見なさい。
As if he'd known what she was going to say, Dara had moved to a spot in the back of the room where where lights didn't reach. Suddenly it got brighter and I saw.
電話レンジかっこかり。
あなたや橋田さんから話を聞いて私が作ったものよ。ほら、ちゃんと VR ヘッドも用意してあるでしょ。
こんなこともあろうかとリフターも用意してある。
They really prepared. Dara went on to explain that after the last 11 years, he maintained an environment where I could receive the time leap, even in a coma. That made sense. Even if I was in a coma, as long as they put the receiver up to my head, it would still function. Like every others had taken care of my body since 2025. So Dara and Maho had known that this day would come 11 years ago. Or maybe I told them so, back in 2025. Dang, wow. That's a lot of time.
336時間。2週間か。
ただし、それも途中まで。マシンを改良してそれが可能になったのは10年ほど前だから、それ以前は前と変わらず48時間しか跳躍できない。
In other words, if I wanted to go back to the end of January 2011, I need about 3,000 time leaps.
とてつもなく辛い旅になるわ。それでも戻る気があるのなら。
This is crazy to hoist on a man who just woke up after almost 3,000 time leaps. Was I really capable of something like that anymore?
しんどくなったら途中で休めばいい。
ダル。
大丈夫よ。どの時間にたどり着いても必ず私たちがいるから。
That's true.
ひよ嬢さん。
私ね、後悔しているの。アマデウスのせいで。あの子は死んでもなお多くの横島な人々に利用されようとしていた。何年も何十年も。だから私からもお願い。あの子クリスを醜い欲望の渦から解放してあげて。クリスを救ってあげて。それができるのは岡部さん、あなただけよ。
I didn't know if I could do it anymore. There was no guarantee that the path I was about to travel would ever lead to Steins Gate. But even so,
もう一度考えるか。
what could I do? What should I
二
do?
人とも頼む。
オキドキ。
As soon as the words were out of his mouth, he started getting
岡部
ready.
さん、もしも次にクリスに会えたら言ってやって。未来の私はあなたの7倍もの時間跳躍を可能にしたわよって。
わかった。
Patty. If I ever saw
オ
Curtis.
カリン、こっちの準備は OK だ。
早いな。
メンテは怠ってないからね。
さすがだな。
まあな。
The phone wave and the VR headset. They looked a little different than what I'd seen in the old lab, but they were still our future gadgets.
でもマユ姉さんたちとは話さなくていいの？
今飛ばないと決心が鈍りそうだ。それに今会えなくてもいくらだって会えるさ。過去の世界で。
そうだな。
Dao smiled as I took the VR headset out of his hand and put it
そ
onto
れ
my
じゃ
head.
あまた2週間前でな。
ああ、2週間前で。
しっかりね。
And then I jumped back into the past once more. It took a long, long time. The journey was unimaginably long. I looked at the phone I was holding in my hand. The date read January 31st, 2011. No doubt about it. I was back. He skipped a good 16 weeks, 2 weeks from from January 15th. He just missed those days. He's never going to be able to get them back. They don't exist anymore. He never got to experience them. Well, actually, no. This digitized version of the Okabe should have. So, technically he didn't miss them, but we missed them, which, is nothing new. I was back. I finally made it back. I'd gone through so many years. I'd done thousands of time leaps. Gone through the war. I almost died. I thought I'd giving up a bunch of times. But each time I remembered it all. The ruined world. The piles of corpses. I feel like in the anime, they did this scene a little better because they showed more of it. I feel like in the game they just skipped so fast. They skipped through it so fast. It's kind of a disservice to what really happened. He time leapt 3,000 times, a significant amount more than what he did in the original game. Like, that's crazy. That's crazy to think about. But, oh man. The piles of corpses, the screams, the shouting, the dripping blood, Daru and Maho, and how they sent me off. After a long, unimaginably long time, I finally made it back to this time.
おかわり？何か良くない知らせでもあったの？電話に出てからなんだかぼーっとしてるから。
いや、そうじゃない。そういうわけじゃないんだ。
Mayuri was here.
もしかしてまだお正月の気分が抜けないのかにゃ？
Paris was here.
しっかりしてくれよな。
And Daru, and Lukaka, and Suzuha, and Maho and Kagura were here too.
もしかしてこの前の疲れが出ちゃったかしら。
この前。
ほら、この前アマデウスのサンプル用に記憶データを取ったでしょ。
Alright. Daru had mentioned that. He said it was at the end of
い
January.
や、そうじゃないんだ。ちょっとな。かがり。
ん？なに？オカリンさん。
この時代に来てからの記憶はまだ思い出せないのか？そうか。
どうしたの？いきなり。
なんでもない。ただ少し確かめただけだ。
何それ？変なオカリンさん。
Since I come from the future, I knew. In this world line, Kurisu's memories no longer existed in Kaguri's
で
head.
も私ね、別にこのままでもいいかなって思ってるんだ。だってここにはママもいるし、ルカ君やルミお姉ちゃんもいるし、食べ物だっていっぱいあるし、無理に思い出す必要もないんじゃないかって。
そうか。
Maybe that was fine for now, but the future was going to be filled with sorrow. For Mayuri, for Ferris, for Lukaka, for Daru, for Suzuha, for Kaguri, and for Maho. Did I really make the right choice when I decided to let Kurisu die? After everyone had left and I was alone, all the exhaustion came crashing down on me. I time leaped 3,000 times. I thought I'd be able to work things out in my head along the way, but I've been so desperate to return to the past that I hadn't had time. My mind was worn down after all the time leaps. I thought I made my decision, but I found myself wavering again and again. I only managed to do it by telling myself that I had to get back before I could make any decisions. And now my head felt just... I can't talk, wow. Now my head just felt so tired. What should I do now? What should I do? For now, I didn't want to think about anything, but I felt too awake to even sleep. With everyone gone, the temperature in the lab quickly dropped. It was freezing. But it was nothing compared to the cold I felt before. The world I'd seen right after I erased Kurisu's memories from Kagure. Kurisu was there. Mayuri was there. Everyone was there. It was a scene from that very brief peace I had during that summer. But that world had been so cold, and now I knew why. That world that I experienced when I was asleep, existing only as data. A world built only of zeros and ones. Like being alive even when you're dead, or being forced to stay alive even though you were dead. The people I loved were there, but there was no warmth. I could reach out and touch them, but there wasn't even a little bit of warmth. It was like floating in deep, dark space without any light at all. And Makise Kurisu was now experiencing that too. She was all alone in a cold world without the slightest trace of warmth. I raised my hand up under the fluorescent light. I could see the veins rising up out of it and the red blood flowing in them. I was alive. There was warmth. But could I really say that I was alive? Now that my memories have been digitized, after being exposed to the cold world, could I still really be called human? I heard a knock at the door and turned my eyes toward it. Maho was standing there.
さん帰ったんじゃなかったのか
ちょっと忘れ物をしちゃってね。
忘れ物
それよりあなたこそ一人で何をしているのかしら。
Maho showed no signs of looking for whatever she had lost. Instead, she came right up and sat down in front of me.
さっきもずっと難しい顔してたわよね。何か気になることでもあるの？
Maybe she'd been worried enough to come back and check on me.
私じゃクリスの代わりにはなれないかもしれないけど、それでもよければ話してみて。
That's so sweet. Maho's awesome. There was no need to worry about whether I could tell her or not. Yeah, I'm about to say she's gonna find out anyway, so there's no point. Alright. An hour and 30. We're doing decent. We're doing decent. A little bit of this and that. A little bit of this and that. A tit for tat. Tit for tat. Tit for tat killings. Alright, let's see. Alright. Stream's still doing good, so that's good. Yep. Alright, just had to make sure real quick. Okay. I needed her to make the time loop machine. And for that she needed to hear
嘘
everything.
みたいな話だが聞いてくれるか
まったくあなたなんて人なの。
That was the first thing she said after I finished. Just like last time, it wasn't something that easy for her to believe. But Maho must have sensed something in the way I spoke because she listened until I finished. She interrupted me whenever there was something she didn't understand. She's especially interested in the time machine and the time leaps. I told her everything I knew about them.
信じてくれるのか
信じないわけにはいかないでしょ。そんな顔して語られたら。それに 俺にこんなものを見せられたら。
Oh, they went so well.
ヒヤジョさん、
それにこれで納得がいったわ。前から不思議だったのよ。クリスは秋葉原に来てほとんど日を置かないまま死んでしまった。そんな彼女とあなたがそれほどに仲良くなれたということが、特にあの子のあの性格でしょ。そんな期間にそれも男の人と親しくなるなんて、よっぽどのことがあったんじゃないかと思っていたのだけど。
So that was it, she whispered to herself.
あなたは何を気にしているの？
I turned away from
岡
her.
部さん？
俺は俺なんだろうか。
どういうこと？
聞いただろ。今の俺の頭の中にある記憶、それは一度データとなってハードディスクの中に保管されていた記憶だ。いわば人工記憶と言ってもいい。そんな俺は果たして俺自身だと言えるんだろうか。生きている、そう言えるんだろうか。
There was blood running through my body. But what was in my head? But what was in my head had been changed into zeros and ones. Didn't that make me no different than Amadeus?
なんだ、そんなことで悩んでたの？バカバカしい。
But Maho just laughed at my worries.
あなたは哲学的ゾンビって知ってる？
No, actually, I have not. Let's see. Tips. A thought experiment proposed by philosopher David Chalmers to explain qualia. Qualia are individual sensory experiences like red, the good smell, and or sweet. A philosophical zombie is someone whose external experience, internal structure, and words and actions mirror humans, but who lacks these qualia. In this case, we would be unable to distinguish between philosophical zombies and ordinary humans.
確か思考実験の一つだろ。姿形から行動に至るまで人間そっくりだが、意識や感情が欠乏している存在は客観的に人間と区別ができるのかどうかという。
I hesitate a little as I answer her sudden question.
大体合っているわね。
She nodded, satisfied like a teacher would.
じゃあ仮にここに人間そっくりの外見をした人工知能が存在するとするわよ。人間と同じように振る舞い、同じように行動する。誰かが困っていれば手を差し伸ばし、悲しい時には涙する。これは決められたプロセスなのかもしれないけれど、でもそれは人間だって同じ。個人個人で定められたプロセスに従って考えて反応する。私たちはそのプロセスを意識や感情という言葉に置き換えているだけじゃないかしら。
I thought I understood what Maho was trying to say.
AI にだって感情はあると。
少なくとも私たち科学者はそういうものを作り出すために日々研究を重ねているつもりよ。
She puffed out her chest with pride.
じゃあ岡部さん、あなたは感情を持った AI は人ではないと思う？
If they looked just like a person and thought just like them and had feelings too, they were a
い
person.
や、
でしょ。そもそも個人を個人たらしめているのは記憶よ。その人が生まれ経験したこと、感じたもの、その集合体が人間なの。だから岡部倫太郎、たとえ一度データになっていても、あなたの記憶と体を持つあなたは紛れもなく人間、岡部倫太郎よ。
I was just about to
心配
say.
いらない。
It feels like he's worrying about nothing. I understand why he's worrying. It's an existential crisis, but it's also like at the end of the day, Okabe's memories were turned into data, and then they were put back into his body. It's not like anything really happened to them except they just were transferred out and then transferred back into his body. Okabe isn't any different than when he was, what's it called? Back when he started, because like, well, granted, inherently he is different because he went through something different, but like, what he did was no different than time leaping. Like, because if time leaping made him a different person, then he wouldn't be human because of that already. So it's not like he's not human because of this. He's human because he's Okabe and he has his memories. Like, he's chilling.
ヒヤジョさん
だいたいクリスの作り出したっていうそのタイムリープマシンだって記憶を一度
Yes.
データ化して還元するものなんでしょ
Just about to say.
だったら今さら思い悩むだけ無駄だと思わない
Exactly. That was what Dara had told me in the future too. But strangely, when she said it, it made me feel better.
こういう
That's
時
crazy.
クリスならもっと的確なことを言えたのかもしれないけど
いやそんなことないよ十分だ
Maho had given her opinion as a brain scientist that I was still me. There was a strength in her words, just like there had been in Kurisu's when she driven me forward. I remember what Maho had said before. Maho.
あなたは天才で所詮私はサリエリだったってことよ
She'd been speaking to the memories of Kurisu inside Kagura. But
ヒヤジョさん君はサリエリなんかじゃない
え
立派なアマデウスだ
that's right. I'm here, right now. I'm alive and here in this time. Not in that cold sea of black data. I'm here this time. I'm here in this time. A light came on in the darkness. My cold heart began to warm. But Kurisu, she was still trapped inside that world. Inside that sterile, lifeless world that would teasing. That huh? Oh, okay. I misread it. Inside that sterile, lifeless world that froze you to the depths of your soul. Even after her death, her memories were still alive. And there were all kinds of conspiracies forming around her living memories. Even after she lost her body, Kurisu's pain continued. No, it wasn't just Kurisu. Kaguri and Suzuha. In the future, Mayuri, Ferris, Tsukako, and Daru too. Everyone was suffering. Everyone was miserable. But still they tried to move forward. All I had cared about was whether Mayuri had survived. I thought that even if the war came, no matter what happened to the world, as long as Mayuri was happy, that's all that mattered. I tried to think that. I thought that no matter how much blood and tears awaited us in the future, as long as things were fine now, that was all that mattered. I thought I understood. I thought I understood how awful the future that Suzuha described was, and how hard Daru and Suzuha would have to fight. I thought I understood all that. Suzuha fired her gun and staining her hands with blood like it was nothing at all. Mayuri and Ferris, pale and colorless, with Kako lying on the ground and never getting up again. Kaguri and the others whose lives were ruined by fate. I'd seen them with my own eyes and touched them with my own hands. Then I finally understood. I'd only been pretending to know, so I could run away. I told myself that I was going to die in 2025 and looked the other way. 2025. I wasn't dead. Everyone just thought so. Everyone had been deceived. That's right, deceived. Me in the past, and everyone else in the future. The world was deceived. I thought the future was settled, but a different future awaited me.
シュタインズゲート世界線への道は険しい。一度や二度やり直したところでたどり着ける道ではないだろう。けれどまずはそこから始めることがシュタインズゲートへとつながるんじゃないか。11年前オカリンはそう言ってた。だからさ、僕たちがいるこの世界も無駄じゃない。きっと必要な世界なんだ。少なくとも今の僕はそう思ってる。
I had no way of knowing what would make me say that 14 years from now. All I knew was that 14 years from now I would know this day was coming. So maybe I should do what I said. If that future in 2036 was necessary, there may be a world where Kurisu was released from her electronic prison was necessary too. No matter how hard the path would be, I had to take the first step. And what I needed right now was that first step.
ヒア城さん、
何？
アメリカに帰る前にもう少し付き合ってもらえるか。
Yeah.
そうね、条件が2つあるわ。
条件？
一つはこのタイムマシンを調べさせてほしいってこと。
もう一つは？
あなたのことオカリンさんって呼ばせてもらう。あなたは私をマホって呼びなさい。
Maho. Yeah, that's adorable. That's so cute. Oh, I love Maho, man.
悪くない条件だと思うけど。
It's a smile on her face, like the likes of which I've never seen
わか
before.
った魔法。
よろしくオカリンさん。
When she put her small hand against mine, I felt a solid warmth.
どうしたんだにゃオカリン。一度帰った後にわざわざ呼び出すにゃんて。
そうだよ、僕なんてそれほど近いわけじゃないんだからさ。話があるなら帰る前に言ってほしかったのだぜ。
I called the lab members back after they left to go home and they weren't happy.
それでお話って何かなオカリン。
LINE や電話じゃダメなお話ですか？
The government is listening.
ああ、その前に鈴葉、
何？
一つ聞きたい。お前は俺のことをどう思っている？
どうとは？
オカリン、まさか。いくらオカリンでも鈴葉はあげらんないよ。お父さんは認めません。ダメ、絶対。
Yeah. You know what, man? You gotta respect Daru. You gotta respect Daru. As weird as that man is, he would never let that happen, and I respect it. Not because like he's an overprotected dad, but because, well, actually no, because he is an overprotected dad. But like, it's weird. Why would anyone root for Okabe and Suzuha to get together as a pair, right? That seems weird to me. Even in Suzuha's ending, in Steins Original, there's still that lingering thought of like, even though this ending's really cute, I don't think I could have them. Like, I don't agree with it in a sense. I don't agree with it. It's like, man, I'm not for someone's children coming back into the past and they're the same age as you and getting together with them, because that just seems weird to me. Like, excuse me, like especially if they're related to you. If you don't know them, then it's like whatever. You don't know they're from the future until you do, and then even if you do, it's like all right. But you're an individual here now, so it's whatever. But if you know that person, especially Okabe with Daru in a sense, I can see why people would say no, and I'm one of them. I would rather not. That's weird. I ignored Daru, who seemed to have gotten the wrong idea completely, and turned back to Suzuha.
お前はこの半年俺のことを見ていたはずだ。その上で心の中ではどう思っていた？
言っていいのか？
ああ、
Yeah, she's gonna let it loose.
正直言うと腹が立ってしょうがなかった。
Yeah, that was honest. I chuckle.
私や父さんやまゆ姉さんだけじゃない。ルミ姉さんもルカ兄さんもカガリも、未来の世界ではみんな辛い思いをしている。明日は生きているかどうかもわからない。母さんみたいに無残に殺されてしまうかもしれない。そんな世界で必死になって生きてるんだ。それなのに弱音ばかり吐いて自分ばかりが辛いようなことを言って。
When she started talking, she didn't stop. This must have been building up for a long time.
もちろんオカリンおじさんが辛い経験をしてきたことは知ってる。何度も苦しい目にあって、それで立ち上がれなくなったことだって知ってる。それでも私たちにはオカリンおじさんしか頼れる人がいないんだ。
She looked down, clenched her fists and grit her teeth.
私や父さんに代わりが務まるのならどんなことでもやる。どんな辛い思いをしようが どんな苦しみが待ち構えていようが、それでも何だってやる。
鈴葉。
だけど私たちじゃどうしようもできないから。オカリンおじさんじゃなければどうにもできないから。
She saw him, looked up, and I could see on her face all the complicated feelings she'd been holding back.
それなのにおじさんと来たら、無理だとかできないとか勘弁してくれとか、そんな弱音ばかりで話を聞いてくれようとさえしない。父さんの手前だから言わなかったけど、私はそんなおじさんの態度にずっと腹が立ってた。本当にぶん殴ってやりたいくらいだったよ。
It probably felt good to get that off her chest.
鈴葉、何もそこまで言わんでも。
そうだにゃ。オカリンだって分かってるんだにゃ。
I did understand, yeah. I understand that something had to be
だ
done.
ったらそうしてもらおうか。
そうするとは。
Punch him.
殴りたかったんだろう。だって
Yeah, I'm gonna say.
殴ってみればいい。
でも
遠慮はいらない。
鈴さん、やめて。オカリンは。
いいんだ、まゆり。
This is my way of settling things. With Suzuha, with the future, and with myself.
オカリンさん。
もしかしてそういう性癖だったら止めんけど。
Hold on a second. What do you mean? What do you mean you're fine with him getting off to being punched, but come on, man. Where's the line? Where do we draw the line? Like, oh my gosh. Suzuha took a step towards him. I was ready.
じゃあ本気で行く。
いや待て、少しは手加減を。
She hit me hard enough to knock me across the room.
悪かった。少し力が入りすぎた。今すごい音したわよ。大丈夫、オカリン。
Everyone ran over and looked down at me. Yeah, that hurt a lot. It probably did more damage to my brain than reading Steiner as the time leaps. But is it time? Is it time? They woke me up. Is it time? No, I just had to do what I could. Are you ready? Are you ready?
Oka Rin?
Yeah. The indicator is always the laugh. If you get this laugh out of him, he's back.
もしかしてヒョーマ？オカリン？
違うぞ、まゆり。ほーい、京馬だ。
ヒョーマさん。
そうだ。我が名はフローイン・キャーだ。ラボメンナンバー001。このラボの創設者にして混沌を望み、世界の支配構造を覆すマッドサイエンティスト、フローイン・キャーナだ。
There you go.
ルカコ。
ルカコ。はい。
白衣を持て。
はい、京馬さん。
ヒョーマが復活したにゃー。
父さん、これは。
Yo, Suzuha really thinks she just gave him brain damage. Oh my gosh. Oh man. Oh man.
やったな鈴葉。ようやくオカリンがやる気になったのだぜ。
京馬さん、どうぞ。
Yo.
うむ。
I put my lab coat on for the first time. It's weird, right? Because like, you have two scenes. You have this one, this scene in Vega and Altair, and you have this scene here in Promise or Nascimento. I think I like this one better. I'm not gonna lie, I think I like this one better. But then again, I think the other one is better when you experience this route first and then go into the other one. So maybe it's just perspective for me. I put my lab coat on for the first time in a very long time. I've been sitting on a shelf in the back so long that it smelled a little mold. Ew. I don't know if you should put that on, man.
これだ。これこそが我が聖なる白金の鎧。今この時、法院京馬は復活した。長い眠りから蘇ったのだ。
Golly, man. Mao and Kaguri have no idea what's going on. Yeah, I'm about to say. Yo. Kaguri and Maho were seeing Hyouoin Kyoma for the first time and they were shocked into silence.
なんなの？殴られたショックでおかしくなったの？思い出した。え？法院京馬。ママがいつも言ってた名前。いつかきっと法院京馬が復活して私たちの未来を照らしてくれるって。いや、ちょっとついていけないんですけど。
おい、そこのロリッコ。
はぁ？
お前だお前。
もしかして私のことを言ってるんじゃないでしょうね。
この目にロリッコといえばお前しかいないだろ。
誰がロリッコよ、誰が。
貴様にはラボメンナンバー009の栄誉を与える。以後この法院京和の手足となり俺たちのオペレーションに参加するがいい。
Hold on, I gotta hear this again, bro.
誰がロリッコよ、誰が。なんで私があなたの手足にならなきゃいけないのよ。それにそのラボメンナンバーって何？
名前の通りこのラボの正式メンバーに選ばれた証だ。光栄に思う
光栄にって
それから椎名係。
She's number 10. Yep.
貴様もラボメンナンバー010だ。わかったな。
Yeah, this is so awesome.
ちょっと、京馬。フェイリスたちはラボメンにはしてくれないのかにゃ？
Oh, they don't know.
ん？
Ferris and Lukaku seemed upset. Come to think of it, I made them lab members in the Alpha World line, but not this one.
言っていなかったが、もちろんお前たちはすでにラボメンだ。ルカコは006。
Yeah, I was gonna say, alright, see.
007。そして鈴葉は
Okay, so I'm
008。
not looking at the screen, right? I stopped auto, so see if I can remember the order of the lab members. So, Okabe is 1, Mayuri's 2, Daru's 3, Kurisu's 4, Moika's 5, Lukaku's 6, Ferris is 7, Suzuha is 8, which goes for both Suzuhas in Alpha and Beta. Maho is 9 and Kaguri's 10. There's 10 lab members in total. Okay, yeah. So, let me listen to this again.
ルカコは006。フェイリスは007。そして鈴葉は008。
よくわからないけど了解した。
Roger.
なあオカリン、それおかしくね？それじゃあ004と005が不在じゃん。
その2つには戦略があるんだな。
Yep. For Maki-say and for Moeka, yeah. Even in this game, even after everything she's done, he will always reserve those numbers for those two. no matter what. To be honest, I didn't like the idea of leaving Mohican as an official lab member, but in order to reach a future where that could be true, I would have to face the past right now. That was my decision.
では全員が揃ったところで改めて宣言する。本日2011年1月31日をもって新たなるオペレーションを発動する。
What's it gonna be called?
予定された未来の粉砕、世界の未来そのものを覆すこと。それが俺たちの目的だ。いいな。
俺だ。これより俺たちは新たなるオペレーションを実行に移す。未来の俺は言った。いくつもの未来のその先にシュタインズゲートは待っていると。これから導く未来がたとえ茨の道だとしてもきっと無駄なものではないはずだ。分かっている。俺たちの目指す扉、そこにたどり着くには途方もない時間がかかるだろう。いかなる機関が俺たちを阻止せんと立ちふさがるかもしれない。それでも俺は何度だってやり直してやるさ。健闘を祈ってくれ。エルブサイコングラウ。
Man, Suzuha's gotta feel so bad right now. After I finished my phone call, I realized that everyone was staring at me. Please don't look at me that way. I'm embarrassed too. But he has to play the part.
何それ。
これは、いわば、そう、儀式のようなものだ。
儀式ね。
Yeah, this is a ceremony. Ceremony to stop my fears from getting the best of me again.
まさかオカリンさん、あなたクリス相手にもそんな態度だったんじゃないでしょうね。
Wholeheartedly, that's the reason why she fell for him.
岡部ではない。今日まだ。
ふざけているの？
マホタン、あんま突っ込むのやめてあげて。オカリンもまだ模索してる最中だから。
I'm glad Daru realizes it.
そっか、これが法王院京馬さんなんだね。そうだよ、狂気のマッドサイエンティストさんなのです。
いにしえのアルケミストの生まれ変わりでもあるのにゃ。
Where is it? Alright. Hope you all are ready. Alchemy. In fiction and conspiracy theories, a technology that allows for any kind of material, even the human body and soul, to be changed into any other. However, the principle of equivalent exchange must be observed. Real alchemists existed in medieval Europe, where they tried to use chemical methods to create precious metals. The techniques they develop will become the foundation of modern chemistry, aka alchemy. The science of I messed it up, wow. Alchemy, the science of reconstructing, deconstructing, and understanding matter.
精神残魔流の師範でもあるんですよ。すごい。ダメだ、父さん。私、ついていけない。
Please don't stare at me like that. It's breaking my heart.
それで、具体的にはどうするつもりなの？
まず最初に言っておくが、俺たちが最終的に目指すのは第三次世界大戦の起こらない未来だ。
Just like I told myself a second ago, I didn't expect to get to the world line we wanted, the Steins world line, immediately. Just like I had to build up to the beta world line little by little, I had to go through many pasts and many futures. And to do that, I first had to write this world line's future. This world had lost Kurisu, and the price for that was dire indeed. But I wouldn't let the future that awaited us... Huh? What? But I wouldn't let the future that awaited us be so full of stuff. You didn't have to make that a separate sentence. You really didn't. Anyways, be so full of suffering and pain. I wouldn't let it happen. Everything had to begin with that. Even if the future before all of us or before us would end up never having happened at all, that was my responsibility since I had chosen this world.
このベータ世界線においても、俺が何度か世界線の変動を経験してきたことは説明したな。まずはその原因を取り除かなければならない。
原因って何なのにゃ？
マキセ・クリスのノート PC とハードディスク、そしてアマデウスに残るクリスの記憶。
The time machine paper contained on a hard drive and all of her memories relating to it. All those world line changes. It was safe to assume that they had been caused by Stratford and others fighting over them.
故にクリスのノート PC とハードディスクの破棄、並びにクリスの記憶のデータを消去すること。これが今回のオペレーションの最終目的となる。
クリスのデータを消去？そんな本気なの？
ああ。
でもあの記憶はクリスが生きていた証なのよ。あの子がこの世界で私たちと同じ時間を過ごしたっていう証拠なのよ。私は消去なんてしてほしくない。
I knew how she felt. Until a few days ago, I would have agreed.
だったら君はクリスの記憶が悪用されてもいいというのか？
それは
俺たちのいるこの世界線に至るまでのいくつかの過去において、あいつの記憶は争いの種になってきた。それに多くの人間が巻き込まれている。そこにいるカガリだってそうだ。
What happened to Kaguri in the past several years that probably hadn't changed in this world line, which meant that it was just another tragedy caused by Pandora's box that was Kurisu's memories.
それに俺は一度データの中の世界を経験して知った。あの世界の冷たさをな。
That's right, I knew. I knew how cold that world was. It was a world inside a tiny box with no past, present, or future.
それほどまでに暗く冷たい世界にずっとクリスを閉じ込めておいて、君は平気なのか？それにあいつが生きていたという証は俺たち自身のここにある。
Put it to his mind, right? Yeah, I put my finger to my head.
俺たちが覚えていること、そしてその上で第三次世界大戦の起きない平穏な世界へと導くこと、それこそがあいつが生きていた証拠になるんじゃないのか。
Mahou fell silent as the whole group turned toward her. Damn.
陳腐なセリフね。それこそクリスが聞いていたら笑われるわよ。
She would.
だろうな。
だけど陳腐だと思えることにほど真実はあるのかもしれないわね。
Mahou's dark frown became a smile.
あなたに従うわ。
ありがとう。ダル、クリスの PC とハードディスクはお前が持っているんだよな。
うん、マホタンから預かって簡単には見つからんところに隠してる。
それはアマデウスの件が終わったらすぐに破棄してくれ。
本当にいいん？
He looked back at Mahou and this time she nodded.
でもそれは私にやらせて。
OK。
The problem now was Amadeus.
アマデウスのあるサーバーにアクセスできるか？
ええ、できるはずよ。橋田さん、ちょっと PC を貸してもらえる？
え？あ、ちょい待ち。
Dara motioned for her to stop with one hand, then started typing something into the keyboard.
何をしてるんだにゃ？ダルにゃ。
Alright, well, it's easy hiding all the porn.
一応 IP がバレないよう厳重に細工を。
Never mind. He's actually doing something productive.
どうぞ。
Let's go. Maho took over from Daru at the computer. Oh my goodness, all my porn. Oh no. Alright. 2 hours. 2 hours. It's only 4. It's only 4:40. We're doing pretty good. We're doing pretty good. Maho. There you go. Alright, that should all be set. Again, sorry, I just gotta make sure that the stream's always good. There you go.
おかしいわ。アクセスできない。
どういうことだ？
パスワードが間違ってるってことは？
そんなミスするわけないでしょ。今まで何度も入力してきたんだから。
Maho tried the password a few more times, so she still couldn't access the server.
私のアクセス権限自体が停止されちゃってるみたい。どういうことなのこれ。ちょっと教授に電話してみる。
Maho took out her phone and called out the mask. She put the phone next to her ear for a moment, then frowned and put it down.
ダメ。繋がらない。
She tried calling Dr. Reyes too, but that didn't work either.
もう、どうなってるのよこれ。
やはりそう簡単にはいかないか。
If Maho's access rights have been taken away, that must have meant someone was about to do something.
別のアプローチ方法を探ってみよう。ビクトル・コンドリア大学のサーバーにハッキングできるか？
OK、 ちょっとやってみる。
簡単に言ってるけど、うちの研究所のセキュリティ結構厳しいわよ。
大丈夫だ。なんたってダルはスーパーハッカーだからな。
それを言うならスーパーハッカーな。
He had broken into certain security in just 20 hours. I had absolute faith in him. To be fair, he decorated and I forgot what the other word was, but he's decorated. Dara and Maho were staring at the screen and discussing something. He was probably asking her for details to make his hacking more efficient. I needed to do what I could while I waited. I went back into the development room and opened up a box that had just arrived that day. Mayuri looked over my shoulder into the box.
電子レンジちゃんだ。
唐揚げは解凍しないからな。
残念。みんながお腹空いたらジューシー唐揚げナンバーワンを振る舞ってあげようと思ったのに。
There you go. First, I need to reconstruct the phone wave. At first, I have Maho help me make the time loop machine. On my way back from the future, I memorized every bit of how it works, so it didn't take very long.
橋田さん、あなたすごいわ。
There you go. It was about 30 minutes later when I heard Maho's odd voice. The decorated. Yeah, like that's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for that version of it. Oh well, you guys know what I mean. Anyways.
やったのか？
僕にかかればこれくらい朝飯前だぜ。
スーパーハッカーの名は伊達じゃないな。じゃあ早速アマデウスのデータを探してくれ。
I really
待って、
don't.
今開いて。
I swallowed and looked at the screen as I listened to the mouse click.
ない。アマデウスもクリスの記憶データもあったはずのフォルダからなくなってるわ。
すでに持ち出されたということか。待てよ。
I unlocked my phone and called up the home screen. Amadeus icon was still there.
なあ、このアプリからアマデウスにアクセスできると思うか。
Maha looked over at my phone.
どうかしら。アマデウスのデータそのものがサーバーに残ってないならさすがに無理なんじゃ。試してみて。どうしたの？
いざ繋がった時のことを考えるとな、慎重にいかないと。
そうね。誰かに見られているかもしれない。
ん？
どうしたダル？
ここさらに鍵がかけられてるフォルダがある。
どれ？
Sorry, just take a little bit. Maha leaned over and stared at the monitor.
変ね。こんなフォルダ今までなかったわ。
かなり厳重なセキュリティがかかってるっぽい。さっきのとは比にならんくらい。
アマデウスはそっちに移されたのかしら。でも一体誰が？そんな権限を持っているのはレスキネン教授ぐらいよ。
レスキネン教授には裏の顔があったか、あるいは教授の身に何かあったか。
Now the possibility was appealing.
ダル、そのフォルダは一旦保留だ。次はストラト4のサーバーにハックを仕掛けてくれ。
え？ストラト4ってなんでストラト 4？
おそらく今回の騒動の一端を担っているはずだ。以前ハックしたことがあるから簡単だろう。
つかオカリン、なんでそんなことまで知ってんの？エスパーかよ。
俺を誰だと思っている。狂気のマッドサイエンティストは全てお見通しだ。
Give me a sec, he said as he typed something else into the computer.
ストラト4のサーバーはと。
I could tell he'd done it once before. This time he got through a lot faster than it took him to break into the university.
そのアマデウスっつうシステムのデータを探せばいいんだよね。
ちょっと待って。
Maha leaned over, or Maha leaned her tiny body forward again and took the mouse from Daru. She clicked on an icon. The screen filled with some kind of text.
これレポートだわ。
Jeliman's report. She opened several more files, but since they were written in English, we couldn't read
これ
them.
は
一体何のレポートなんだ？
実験よ。ストラト4が行っていた人体実験。
人体実験？
どうやらストラト4は記憶の移植実験を行っていたみたいね。誰かの記憶データを別人に移し定着させる実験をいくつも行っているわ。
Memory transplant experiments. There you go. That
最
was
初こそ動物を使っていたようだけど、最終的には生身の人間で行われてる。被験者には身寄りのない人を利用したみたい。大人から子供まで人種も様々。
She looked down at the report again.
どうした？まだ何かあるのか？
どうやら彼ら記憶移植に関する新しい実験に着手しようとしてるみたい。
Sorry. It was safe to assume the experiments had something to do with the time machine. They were trying to force open. Trying to. Sorry. Give me 1 second, please. There you go. That should be better. They're trying to force open the black box of Kurisu's memories in order to get information about the time machine. Even if they couldn't get the password for the laptop from Amadeus, they could access her memories directly. It would give them everything they needed. It was just like what they had done. What had been done to Kagri in the last world line on a more advanced level.
とにかく今はクリスの記憶データを探すのが先決だ。ダル、データはありそうか？
He took the mouse back from Maho inside.
ないね。それらしいもんは見当たらない。
What was going on? There you go. Hadn't Stratford stolen Amadeus from the Amadeus data from Mitochondria? There you go.
一番怪しいのはやっぱ大学のサーバーじゃね？あのプロテクトがかかってたとこ。
Which meant that they were working without stealing the data. Did they hack it like we did, or?
どうする？
魔法を信じよう。ダル、侵入できるか？
できるけど、これはちょっと骨が折れると思われ。
どれくらいかかりそうだ？
わからんけど、下手したらまるっと半日以上はかかるかも。
If Daru said so, it might have been really heavily
しか
protected.
も途中でハッキングかけてるのがバレたら全部おじゃん。
We need to hack in to get rid of Kurisu's memory data. And until Daru finished, we needed to keep Stratford distracted. The problem was, how?
アマデウスと通信している最中は、こっちの位置情報はどうなるんだ？
全部把握されるわ。当然アマデウスのプログラムを持っている連中にもね。
I thought so.
問題はアマデウスにつながるかどうか。
First, I need to see if the app even worked anymore. If it did, I had an
魔
idea.
法、一つ無茶な頼みをしていいか？
Of A full day had passed since the operation began. Darrow still hadn't managed to break the lock on that folder. Thankfully, they hadn't detected him yet, but that didn't mean we were safe. While Darrow did his work, I finished my own and then handed the rest off to Maho. My actions might have changed the future already, but we still had our jobs to do. We still had to do our jobs. Suza had her arms crossed, expression stern. She had been that way for a while. At a glance, she looked calm, but I could see her tapping her arm with her index finger.
おじさん、私たちにできることは
I
な
was
い
about
の
to say she wants to help. We were finally ready to stop the Third World War. It had to bother her that there was nothing she could do. Had to be stopped as soon as possible, but all she could do now was wait. She was frustrated and on edge. But that was true of everyone
もう
else.
少しだ。ダルもマホも頑張ってくれている。
Once Maho completed what I asked for, there would be something we could do
フェ
too.
リス、甘いものとか買ってくるにゃ。疲れた時には甘いものが一番にゃ。
That is,
あ、
she is
それじ
right.
ゃあ僕も。
Just as the two of them stood up, the development rooms curtained open. Maho flinched a little as everyone stared at her, but she quickly smiled. Then she thought better of it and tried to look more serious.
まったく大変なことをいっぺんに頼まないでよね。
すまん。それで終わったのか。
言われたことは一応ね。
The microwave in the back was connected to a different headset than the one I'd seen last year. It was the same one she'd used to take my memories. That's why she'd been able to finish this in such a short time. A time leap machine. So it was done then. Now, even if I had to time leap from the future, I could go back to 48 hours from now.
それからこっちも。
She offered me a pair of smartphones. These gadgets would be our secret weapons to the upcoming battle. I like that little it's subtle. It's so subtle, but just seeing the date casually appear because he got his phone back is such a subtle detail. Which is why it wasn't there when when he started the day. It's cool. It's cool. Cool beans. Alright. I had Maho make them. She made a phone, huh? Yo, they used a simple AI. Maho is a genius. Tell him I'm only Salieri. No, you're locked in. You're making technology. You're a brain scientist. There you go. Anyways, they used a simple AI to create a pseudo response algorithm that would deceive our opponents.
さすがだな。こんな短時間に AI を作るなんて。
Yeah, it was kind of crazy.
自分で頼んでおいてよく言うわ。
Yeah, but you actually did it. Her face looked exhausted.
アマデウスで使っている音声ソフトがあったから流用して開発期間を短縮したの。それにこれは AI なんて大層な代物じゃない。こんなものでごまかせるのかしら。相手はクリスなのよ。
少しの時間だけでも騙せればそれでいいんだ。ダルのハッキングから連中の目をそらせればそれでいい。
There you go. The goal was just to keep Stratford confused. We didn't need to hold a long conversation. We just hook it up for a short time and end the call shortly afterward. There was an edit I saw that it was a Starman from Kirby, or well, I mean, is his name Starman? It is Star. Yeah, that is his name. His name is Starman. That's cool. That's pretty cool, actually. There you go. But yeah, no, sorry, it just randomly I thought about Starman because Kirby Air Riders. Yeah, Air Riders keep calling it Star Riders. Kirby. I want to find the meme. It's so funny. but it's not that one. It's Starman. Yeah, because someone drew it. Starman. That's so hard. That's so hard. Yo. Oh man, I might have to get into Kirby, bro. That's fire. Talking about there's a new character on the horizon. Starman. That's so fire. Anyway, sorry, getting distracted. It was time to get started. But first, Starman. Moeka. Yo. I remember that timeline, Moeka. I remember that timeline where you had that lingerie on. What a time. Anyways, I hit the send button on a message I already typed to Moeka. Just do it like we discussed. And she has her phone on her, so of course she's gonna see it. Once it was done, I turned toward the group. But what's the name of it? Suzuha Mayuri Ferris Sukaka. I offered them the phones that I'd just been given by Maho.
2人1組になってもらう。そうしたらこのスマホを持って都内を動き回ってくれ。ペア同士はできるだけ離れた方がいいな。片方の組は中央線沿線、もう片方は山手線沿線ということにしよう。お互いに連絡を取り合いつつ、スマホにインストールされているアマデウスというアプリを立ち上げてくれ。
Stama. While Daru was holding, what Daru was doing is hockey. Daru is not a hockey man, bro. He's not a hockey man. I can't talk. Oh my gosh. First of all, while Daru is doing his hacking, that's what I was trying to say. Second of all, Daru is not a hockey man like he's One Piece. He's not a hockey man. Third, Daru does not play hockey, the sport. There you go. That was what I was trying to say. While Daru was doing his hacking, I'd left Akihabara and tried to contact Amadeus from Tokyo Station. And it had worked. Kurisu had responded, or Amadeus Kurisu. I cut it off instantly, but I was sure of it. That app was still working. And his plan was going to use it.
アマデウスはマキセ・クリスという人物の記憶をもとに作られた人工知能だ。俺たちは今からそいつを騙す。
That's right. Our goal is to receive Amadeus Kurisu. When we contacted Amadeus, the enemy would know where we were. My plan was to take advantage of that fact.
アマデウスを立ち上げると同時にもう一つのプログラムが起動する。
もう一つのプログラムってなんだにゃ？
そこの S ってマークのあるアイコンをタップしてみてもらえる？
これかにゃ。
Ferris tapped her phone.
俺だ。
ああ、オカリンの声だ。
話しかけてみてくれ。
今日はどうしたんだにゃ？
特に用はないんだ。少し話がしたくなってな。
すごい。自動的に答えてくれるんですね。
This is the AI. What I asked Maho to make was a simple program that detected words and phrases in a conversation and replied with set patterns. You could call it an artificial
オカリン
non-intelligence.
さんと私のボット。名付けてサリエリよ。
That's funny. Thanks to the famous movie, Salieri was known as a lesser man with an inferiority complex. But in reality, he was a very talented composer. It felt a bit rude to the real Salieri to give his name to something like this, but there wasn't any time to worry about that.
アマデウスを起動すると俺たちのボットが自動で返事をしてくれるようになっている。
つまり相手に今喋っているのは岡部さんだって思わせるということですか？
そういうことだ。
Which meant Amadeus would think I was where they were. I would have liked to had more terminals, but since Amadeus needed the cell phone to be registered with its systems, there weren't many I could use. All I had were my phone and Maho's, but for a short time period, it would be enough. Of course, Maho's phone had her own version of Salieri, and I knew it was the message I had sent to Moeka's Rhine. The plan for her to spread information indicating that Maho and I had Carus's laptop and hard drive. Even if they were doing deep memory experiments, they still wouldn't want someone else getting their hands on them. Sooner or later, they picked up on that information and come after me with everything they had. Amadeus is in their hands. If Amadeus's location told them I was there, they would come looking. But he wouldn't be there at all. And then they get a call from someplace completely different and head there. The plan was to keep them occupied with that and keep their eyes off the server
以上
hacking.
が今回の任務となる。
Everyone
く
nodded.
れぐれも言っておくが、アマデウスとの長時間の接触は厳禁だ。それからアマデウスを切った後はすぐにその場を移動すること。何かあったらすぐに連絡をよこすこと。これだけは絶対に守ってくれ。わかったな。
私はどうすればいいのかな。
Kaguri raised her hand
君
hesitantly.
は連中に顔も知られている。ここから動かない方がいい。
でも私だって何か役に立ちたいよ。ママやみんなが頑張ってる中で一人何もできないでいるなんて、そんなの嫌だよ。
Well, this is a
お願
problem.
い、オカリンさん、私にも手伝わせて。
I understood how she felt, but I still couldn't put her in
すまない
danger.
が
かがりちゃん、マユシーがかがりちゃんの分まで頑張るよ。だからオカリンの言う通りにしてね。
ママ、わかった。ママがそう言うなら。
That seemed to be good enough for her.
おじさん、かがりには全てが終わるまでどこかに隠れさせておくべきじゃないか。
そうだな。
I just
どこに
realized that's Suzuha's old tracksuit. Oh wow, that's her old tracksuit. It's just it's lighter blue. Oh wow. Wow, that's crazy actually. After all this time, I never realized that was her old tracksuit. Hell no, that's actually genius. Wait, let me find a picture. Where is it? Suzuha. Okay. Yep, no, that's her old tracksuit. It just has a different color zipper and that's it. Well, different color zipper and the fact that this one's a darker blue. Meanwhile, Suzuha here, the zipper's orange. And the hoodie, and the tracksuit is a lighter blue. Wild, man, wild. Suzuha. If we were going to hide her, it would have to be at Lukaku's house or Ferris's place.
なんなら僕の隠れ家にでも行く？
隠れ家？お前そんなもの
Oh,
持って
yeah, he
るのか？
doesn't know about it. He hasn't
バ
been
イト
there.
用にいくつかあるんよ。そこでよければどうぞ。
よし、決まりだ。かがりもそれでいいか？
わかった。
The issue was that I couldn't leave Kaguri alone.
私にも何かやらせてもらえませんか？
Oh, Yuki, you about to say what? I turned around and saw that at some point Yuki had entered the room.
ユキさん。橋田さんからここの鍵預かっていたので。
She showed us the key in her hand
Sono-
apologetically.
ゆうべ橋田さんに連絡したらなんだか大変そうだったから差し入れようと思って持ってきたんだけど。
Yuki's so nice. She put the key away and then showed us the bag with the logo of a local cake shop on it.
事情はよくわかりませんが何かできることがあるならと思って。
でもさ、アマネシを巻き込むわけには。
You know, we're actually
Yeah.
domestic terrorists.
かがりと一緒にいてもらうだけだ。問題ないだろう。
Before, I thought that it was maybe Yuki who attacked the lab. But looking back, that was wrong. If she was the woman in the motorcycle suit, there was no need to do something so elaborate. She could have just used the fact that she was in the same circle as Kaguri to invite her somewhere and kidnap her. There's no need to take the risk of attacking the lab.
すまなかった。じゃあ、ゆきさんはかがりと一緒にいてくれ。すべてが終わるまでダルの隠れ家に
身を潜めてもらうことになる。場所はダルに聞いてくれ。事情は落ち着いたら教える。
わかりました。
Yuki nodded. Now everything was ready. I looked around at everyone in the room.
じゃあみんなあとは手はず通りに。
待ってオカリ。お別れ言わなくていいの？クリスさんに。
Goodbye. Amadeus is an artificial intelligence. She was an artificial being, not Kurisu herself.
ちゃんとお別れして。後悔しないように。
She is right though, you really won't regret it. Mayuri handed back the phone I'd just given her.
そうだな。悪いがここで少し待っていてくれるか。
I left Mayuri and Lukaku behind and went to Akihabara Bridge. If I made contact with Amadeus, she'd know where I was. That's why I chosen this place. This is the first place I let Kurisu see how weak I was, back when everything seemed at its darkest. There you go. An advertising van passed by, blaring jaunty opera music at a loud volume that clashed horribly with its flashy paint job. I waited for it to get out of earshot before I tapped the Amadeus icon. She showed herself immediately.
ずいぶんと久しぶりね。
そうだな。
私のことなんて忘れたんだと思ってたわ。
I hadn't forgotten. I can never forget.
いろいろあってな。
How many goodbyes had I said now? I said goodbye to her again and again, but I never gotten used to it.
それで今日はどうしたの？
君に聞きたいことがあったんだ。
何？またタイムマシンは作れるかって話？冗談。続けて。
もしもだ。もしも自分の命と引き換えに友達の命を救えるとしたら、君ならどうする？
質問の意図がよくわからないんだが。
答えてほしい。
She must have been able to tell from my words and my expression that I was serious, because she took on a serious expression as well.
その友達は大切な人なのよね。
ああ。
私にはまだやりたいことがたくさんあるわ。やらなければならないこともある。でもそれでももしもその友人や周りの人が幸せになるというのなら、甘んじて受け入れるかもしれない。
Kurisu.
ごめんなさい。実際にそんな目にあったことないし、想像でしかないから確実なことは言えないけど、それでも一人でも私のことを覚えていてくれる人がいるなら、忘れないでいてくれる人がいるなら、
とにかく私のことは忘れること。今日あったこともこれまであったことも、それが私の望みだから。
忘れるものか。
Never.
俺は決して忘れない。
This was a vow to get me through the time to come. There you go.
岡部さん？
つまらないことを聞いて悪かった。
ううん、それは構わないけど、何かあったの？
いや、なんでもないんだ。 何でも。それじゃあまたな。
待って。なんだか二度と会えなくなりそうな、そんな気がして。
Curse.
そんなことはないさ。
そうよね。私ったらなんで急にそんな風に思ったんだろう。
会えるさ。必ず。
That's right. This wasn't goodbye forever. I'd see her again. So I won't say goodbye. Not until I see you again.
また。
Curse. I got no idea how long it will take, but I'm going to reach you. I promise. I went back to my Yuri and Lukaku and gave them the phone.
お別れは済んだ？
ああ。それじゃあ頼んだぞ。
I watched him disappear into the crowded station and went back to the lab. The van was still playing Islam music as it drove down the street. 5 hours had passed since the operation had begun. The only sound in the room... I wish they gave the operation a name, but they didn't. Weird. Only sound in the room was of Daru's fingers on the keys.
どうだ、ダル。
Daru.
今のところ気づかれてはないと思われ。
まだかかりそうか。
早くても3時間くらいは。
I guess it wasn't going to be easy after all. Daru must have been exhausted, but he was still working. Mayuri and the others were sending me regular messages. Mayuri had paired off with Lukago and Ferris as Suzuha. Since they knew each other so well, they were doing a great job of working together and running around Tokyo. Suzuha had told me that she'd seen shady-looking people several times, and Moeka had sent me a message saying that they'd taken the bait. For now, the operation was succeeding without anyone getting hurt. But I didn't expect it to last forever. I wanted to get Kurusu's memory data deleted as fast as possible, but in the end, my only choice was to rely on Daru.
すまないな、ダル。
それは言わない約束だろ。
I remember how he looked 25 years in the future. Even in that far distant future, he was still my friend. This is what I was talking about. This right here is exactly what I was talking about when I made my video on Steins Gate Original. Steins Gate 2009 told us that Okabe and Daru were friends. And we could see that they were friends. But the way Okabe was talking about Daru was that they were best friends. And that wasn't portrayed well. In my opinion, that wasn't portrayed well. And in this route, in this game, in both sides actually, Okabe and Daru's friendship is portrayed extremely well. In this sense, I wholeheartedly believe that these two are best friends, even through the turmoil that they go through, even when Okabe's given up, even in the future, I can see the friendship here, and I really appreciate that Steins Gate Zero took that and enhanced it, because he really needed it. He was such a he was a character that got shafted for no reason, and I'm really glad that it was improved upon here. When I make my video on it, I'll talk about it more in depth, but like stuff like this means so much to a character, significantly. But again, yeah, even in that far distant future, he was still my friend.
オカリンさん、ちょっといい？
No. Until a little bit ago, Maho had been resting to recover from her exhaustion, but at some point she must have gotten up.
どうした？
これ見て。
She handed me a stack of papers. It was a printout of Stratford's report. She must have been looking at it after she'd woken up.
これは？
ストラト4によって被刑者としてリストアップされた人たちの名前よ。
Hold on, I want to see the names. So we have Saiba Takanori, Serena Spencer, Sean Keynes, Sean Keynes. Yeah, Sean Keynes. Sheena Kagure, Shimada Tadashi, Silas Gray, Sylvia Guinness, Thelma Comerford. Yeah. Alright. There were rows of names, sexes, ages, and other information. she pointed her small finger at one of the names. It said Kagari Shina. Yep.
彼女ストラト4のモルモットにされていたんだわ。
Before I continue, I want to check something real quick. Go to Steam. And then let's see. Yep. This game, yep. There you go. All right, just had to make sure. Okay, so you have that's weird. Sure, why not? I'll just do this one. So you have Trails in the Sky first chapter. You have Trails SC, and then you have Trails the Third. Yep, Trails the Third right here. Well, where's Rail Trails from Zero? Yeah, I was gonna say. I think it'd be better to just go over to the Legend of Heroes franchise. Yeah. Trails into Reverie. Yep. Trails to Azure, which I'm surprised that it came out. Well, I guess more because like, dang, well they're all on sale. Trails through Daybreak. Yep. Yeah. All of them, yeah, all of them. Damn, the entire I'm sorry, I want you guys to hear this real quick. I know I'm getting off topic, but I want to, what the heck? I want to go. Whatever. So to buy all of the Trails bundles, like every single one, it would cost $1,000 to buy every single game. At least this is what like yeah, I'm trying to see, like there's so many games here, that's crazy. I just wanted to check because it came into my mind, but I was thinking about playing next after I finish Steins, and I know what I'm going to play, but I'm just preparing for whatever I want to play. But anyway, actually speaking of, it's been 3 hours now. Almost, but yeah, sorry, just I wanted to look to see if the games were on Steam, and they are. Most of them are anyway. Anyways, I'm getting off topic again. Of course, I know it was a possibility. That's why they've been looking for her. And she had Curiouse's memories too. But still, it was one thing to suspect it and another to see proof.
だけど、最終実験までには至らなかったみたい。その直前に脱走したと書かれてあるわ。
Yep, so what happened in Recursive Mother Goose is true. When she met with Okabe, that was when she escaped. That made me feel a lot better. If Kaguri still had Curiouse's memories, I would have seen a repeat of what happened in the last world line. This must have been another effect of the world line change. But there was still no doubt that she had been in Stratford's hands for years, as she'd been subject to many experiments during that time.
少し心配だわ。
Maho must have been thinking the same thing I was. Alrighty. Kaguri was alone with Yuki at Daru's hideout right now.
誰だよこの忙しい時に。
The ringing that suddenly interrupted our conversation was coming from Dara's phone.
天主だ。どうしたんだろ
I had a bad feeling.
う。はい、もしもし。天主、どうしたん？何かあったん？え？かがりたんが
係がどうした？
いなくなったって。
何？
I grabbed the phone out of his hands and put it to my
俺
ear.
だ。岡部だ。係がいなくなったって本当か？
岡部さん、ごめんなさい。私がついていながら。
一体どうして？誰かにさらわれたのか？
いえ、それが係さんが自分で。私必死で止めたんですけど、すごい力で。
自分で？
What was going on? Was Yuki really... No, that was impossible. If Yuki was working for Stratford, she wouldn't be calling me. But then why had Kaguri run off on her own?
スピーカーモードにしてもらえる？私も話が聞きたいわ。
I hit the button to switch the call to speaker and home.
ユキさん、係さんが飛び出していく前の状況を詳しく教えて。
There you go. I hit the button to switch the call to speakerphone.
何か変わったことはなかった？
特には。それまでいろいろとおしゃべりしていて。
何か変な映像を見たりは？もしくは音とか？
いえ。あ、待ってください。そういえば外から変な音楽が聞こえてました。何かの凱旋車みたいでしたけど、やけに大きい音だなと思ったら。
An advertising van. Was it the one I'd seen this afternoon?
それね。さっきのファイルに書いてあったわ。過去ストラト4が行ってきた数々の実験。その実験の中にブレインウォッシングが含まれていた。
Brainwashing.
洗脳か？
特定の音楽を耳にすれば自発的に行動するよう洗脳されていたんじゃないかしら。そうとでも考えなければこの状況で自分から進んで飛び出すとは思えない。
The song that the van was playing. It was K620 K625-5, the magic flute sent to lead Kaguri
ファイルに
astray.
も書かれているわ。椎名かがりは適合性に非常に優れているため目下行方を捜索中って。
くそー！
They probably had the vans like that all over Japan, not just Akihabara. And she's falling right into
ど
their
うする
trap.
オカリン。
It was obviously Stratford that had gone after Calgary, which meant that all we could do was... And then there was another call. This time it was to my phone. I had prepared several cell phones for my use in this operation. One to use to call everyone, one to give to Calgary. And the call was coming from the phone I'd given to Calgary. It probably wasn't from her though. Who could it be? I say please.
岡部倫太郎だな。
The digitally altered voice made the caller seem even more eerie.
ああ、そうだ。お前は
椎名かがりは我々の手中にある。交換条件は言わなくてもわかるな。
Kurisu's laptop and hard drive.
考える時間をくれ。
考える？何を考える必要がある？交換は明日だ。場所と方法は追って連絡する。
They hung up.
クリスの PC とハードディスクと交換だそうだ。
で、どうするん？
係が洗脳にあっていたなんて。
Really? Whatever, that's rude. Suzuha was gritting her teeth in frustration as she listened to us. I had her come back immediately after the call, and I brought Moeka Kiryu to the lab as well.
仮に相手の要求に従ったとしてかがりを返してもらえると思うか。
思わない。
Yep, immediately no. Yep, Moeka gave her honest opinion.
私もそう思う。相手は洗脳なんて汚い手を使う人間だ。必要なくなれば容赦なく消すだろう。
最悪、あなたもやられる。
Yep, all right. The only reason they would have called me specifically is that they knew I had information they wanted to keep hidden. After what I'd gone through already, I could safely assume they show no mercy. And they were after what Kurisu had left behind. Her memories and her belongings. I didn't want them causing any more wars. There you go. Which meant there's only one thing I could do.
こっちから乗り込んでかがりを取り戻すしかないな。
It was dangerous, but it was the only way. There you go. Wait, any others were still out fighting, which meant they should still think I was running around the city.
乗り込むって、そんな相手がどこにいるのかもわからないのに。
どこにいるかなら知ってるさ。
本当か？おじさん、いつの間に。
鈴葉、手伝ってくれるか。
オキドキ。
I turned toward Moeka, who shook her head. Oh, great. The game crashed. That's awesome. That's great. That's real good. That's real good, man. That's real good. Oh well, whatever. Not to worry, viewer of the VOD. We aren't done. We are not done. Continue. Well, actually, shouldn't I quick load? See if quick load saved anything. Yikes! Yeah, that's a big nope. That's a big no-no. And save a dang thing. Is it my fault for not saving? Yeah, especially after it had been 3 hours since I started playing. But you know what it is. You know what it is. And then yep. Which button? Which button? Because I know this is for the phone, this is for the backlog, this is auto. Yep, right here. Yep, promise for Nascimento. That's crazy. This game crashes a lot more than last one. Honestly, I'm surprised. I'll read you later, don't worry. Well, I already read it, but I'll read it again later. I went through a lot in the span of 3 hours. I can't even lie. I would have gone through a lot more if I was paying attention fully, but you know, I would have burned myself out faster because of that. Ah, the alchemical. I do want to mention, by the way, we are getting close to the end of the route. Like I say, like another hour, an hour and a half. There you go. Let's save here, just in case.
どこにいるかなら知ってるさ。
Alright, there you go.
そこまでは付き合えない。
Alright, I turned toward Moeko, who shook her head. I bet.
ダメよ、二人でなんて危険すぎる。
いや、大勢で動くよりも危険は少ないかもしれない。
And I knew that Faye wasn't going to let me die for a little while longer.
まゆりさんたちには言わないの？
言えば心配かけるだろうからな。ダル、引き続きロックの解除を頼む。それからスマホは通話状態にしておいてくれ。
オキドキ。
おじさん、これを。
It's a blick. Suza handed me a semi-automatic pistol. Yes, it is a Glock. Alright, resistance. Yep, philosophical zombie. Oh wow, alchemy. And now a Glock 17. A semi-automatic pistol developed by Austrian arms manufacturer Glock. It is the civilian version of the official sidearm of the Austrian military. The PI-80 has a 9mm caliber and a 17+1 round capacity. The frame is fully plastic. Its revolutionary design would have a huge effect on future firearm technology.
もしもの時は自分の身は自分で守るんだ。
I hesitated but decided to take it. You didn't need it, boy. It was the first time in my life I'd ever had a gun, and it was a lot heavier than I expected it to be. The lights were still on in the building at Konda, or at the building in Konda. Even at this hour, the gate was open. That's how colleges were. I was expected we made it inside with no trouble.
ここに係が？
ああ、そのはずだ。
If Darwin's information from 2036 was right, Stratford's base was here at my university, Tokyo Denki. Several buildings occupied the school's Konda campus. Building 1, buildings 5 through 7, and buildings 11 through 15. Buildings 5, 6, 10, and 15 were scattered throughout the surrounding neighborhood, but the remainder were in their own isolated area. I can't talk. The only two of those with basements were 11 and 15, and my guess was that Stratford's base was here in building 11. It was not It was not only the building with the newest equipment, but it was the big building with 17 floors and 17 floors and a lot of foot traffic going in and out. I didn't know how many people Sheffer had working for them, but at least some of them had to have been looking out for me, which meant that this place would be well less guarded than usual. And I had Suzuha with me too. This is doable.
こっちだ。
I led Suzuha straight down the stairs. There were 3 elevators in the building, but Suzuha had decided that taking them would be dangerous. They could potentially be trapped. The problem was what lay down below. There were over 20 rooms of varying sizes in the 2-story basement. Which one of them was their base?
おじさん、こっち。
わかるのか。
思い出した。ここなら昔潜入したことがある。私が知ってる建物はもう崩れかけで、外観も全然変わってたからわからなかったけど、間違いない。
Suzuha led me down the corridors without hesitation. With her gun in her hand and her hips dropped low to the ground to avoid making noise as she ran, she looked just like a cat. She stopped in front of one of the rooms and nodded to me. It seemed no different than any of the others, but there was no nameplate on it. This is supposed to be a large generator room, as I recalled.
私はかがりを救出する。おじさん、自分の身は自分で守ること。
ああ。
I took the Glock out from my belt. It was heavy in my hands. Suzuha had told me how to use it, but I never fired it before. I wasn't sure I'd be able to. But it would still serve as a bluff.
行くよ。3、2、1。
After she finished her countdown, Suzuha shut off the doorknob, kicked open the door and ran into the room. She did it all in one swift movement. I ran in after her and realized that something was wrong. The first thing I noticed was the stench. It was an iron smell, strong enough to make you puke. Blood. The floor of the room was covered with blood. There were bodies, too. 4 or 5 of them. Of course, Suzuha hadn't done it. It was already like this when we got here. Suzuha was slowly working her way forward. I followed her. Some of the bodies were Japanese and some were American. The room continued on. The large man was lying face down, next to a half-open door. And next to him was...
思ったよりも早かったわね、ウィンタロウ。
バカな。
The voice saying my name was voluptuous and feminine, and its accent was foreign.
レイエス教授。
元気そうで何よりだわ。
どうして？
ちょっと探し物を返してもらおうかと思って。
Dr. Ray spun around quickly and smoothly like a dancer. Kaguri was seated behind her.
かがり！どうした？かがり！聞こえないのか？
There was some kind of strange mechanical device over her head. No matter how much I called out her name, she didn't move an inch.
あら、せっかく気持ちよく眠ってるんだから、起こしてあげたらかわいそうよ。
Her smile was sharp and cold. It completely lacked the warmth I'd seen when we first met.
気をつけろ。そいつ軍人だ。
Suzuha already had her gun drawn at Reyes, but Reyes didn't seem concerned in the slightest. Tenoji had said that, come to think of it, that the group looking for Kaguri was with the Western military, and he wondered if a normal spy would have taken their own life.
そっちのあなた、何者？
かがりを返せ。
いい顔ね。日本にもそういう顔をできる人間がいるなんて知らなかった。とりあえず銃をこちらに。でないと椎名かがりは死ぬわよ。
かがりを殺した瞬間に私がお前を殺す。
あらそう。私は組織で動いている。私一人を殺したところで状況は変わらないわよ。
鈴葉。
Suzuha laid the gun at her feet,
いい
frustrated.
子ね。ついでにそこで両手を頭の後ろに置いて立ってなさい。それで凛太郎、交換条件は提示したはずだけど、ちゃんと持ってきてくれたの？あらあら、いけない子ね。持ってきていないなら、こちらとしては椎名かがりは渡せないわ。
There you go. She said Kaguri was asleep, but when I looked closer, I saw that their eyelids weren't fully closed. Her eyelids weren't fully closed. From what little I could see of her eyes, they were empty and devoid of light.
残念だけど、まだ何もしていないわ。彼らが、でも、
Oh, shoot my fault.
でも、残念だけど、まだ何もしていないわ。でも、あなたが交換条件に応じる気がないみたいだから、これから始めてしまおうかしら。
She rubbed Kaguri's cheeks with the barrel of the gun, a look of ecstasy on her
クリス
face.
の PC とハードディスクは特別な場所に隠してある。かがりを渡さないならこっちも教えるつもりはない。先にかがりを解放しろ。
交渉は無駄よ、凛太郎。そっちが渡す気がないなら、こっちはこっちのやり方をさせてもらうわ。
It wasn't a threat or a bluff. Reyes was acting like this was an everyday conversation. With all the blood and stench around us, that somehow made it even
これ
creepier.
はあなたがやったのか。
ええ。彼らも余計な真似をしなければ、もう少し長生きできたのに。残念ね。
どうしてこんな真似を。
簡単なことよ。私の正体に気づいたから。
正体。
そこの彼女が言ってたでしょ。
軍か。
同時に研究者でもある。ダーパって言ってもどうせわからないでしょうけど。
Oh, it means something to him. Let's see. DARPA. Fictional, the American Defense Ultimate Research Projects Agency. Created to adapt the latest scientific technology for military purposes, it reports directly to the President of the United States and the Secretary of Defense. It is staffed by around 300 people, many of whom are non-military civilians. Since it reports directly to the Secretary of Defense, it is kept free of direct military influence. Researchers in DARPA are given wide latitude to pursue projects they find interesting. During the days of its predecessor, ERPA, it was responsible for the development of ERPANET, which will later become the Internet as well as the Global Positioning System, GPS.
アメリカ国防高度研究計画局。そんなレイエス教授が。
I could hear Maho's voice through my Bluetooth microphone. I left my phone connected to Daru so that they could stay in touch if we needed to. By time, now, it would be impossible. But I asked Daru for the impossible many times before. Now it's my turn. I couldn't let her hurt Kaguri. Suzette had lost a weapon. It would be hard to do this by force. I just needed to keep her occupied.
その軍の人間がどうして。
もともと私の所属するチームはブレインウォッシングの研究をしていたのよ。
洗脳。それじゃあかがりは。
言っておくけど、彼女をこうしたのは私じゃない。彼らよ。
Them. She must have meant the people lying on the
ど
floor.
うだか。そもそもなぜ軍の人間が洗脳の研究なんてする必要がある。
I feel like that answers the question already. There was no need to even ask. But I needed to buy time for Daru to finish his
決まってる
tacking.
でしょ。思い通りに動く戦士を作るためよ。文句を言うこともなく、死を恐れることもない。国のために身を捧げる最強の戦士を作るため。別に珍しいことじゃないわ。そんなの100年以上も前から世界中で行われているもの。でもね、 洗脳なんて面倒なことをしなくても最強の戦士を作り上げられると私たちは気づいたの。それが AI 戦士よ。
AI 戦士。
The name also, see, the name alone made it sound like the title of a cheap sci-fi movie, but that also just made it creepier.
なるほどな。人工知能を兵士の頭の中に植え付けるというわけか。そうすれば一様に高度な頭脳と思考を持つ戦士を大量に生み出すことができる。
へえ。
それに特殊技能についての記憶を兵士全員にインストールすれば、全員がどんなミッションもこなせる兵士にだってなれる。
その通り。ウィンタロウ、理解が早いわね。しかもゆくゆくは教意識化することでより綿密で高度な連携を図れるようにもなる。どう？すごいでしょ？
そんなの許されるわけがない。
シンプルなセリフね。
Way to add to the conversation, Suzuha. That was so like, that was so pointless. No, don't do that. That's wrong. Well, yeah, duh. I never said it was right. What? Like, that was so pointless. But it did help stall. It did help stall. It's just so funny to me. Oh, wow. Let's see. I was worried that Suzuha might jump at her in her fury, but she stayed completely calm. Reyes is right next to Kagure. No matter how fast Suzuha was, without a gun, Kagure was still in danger. If I knew Suzuha, she was watching the situation carefully and waiting for an opening.
いい？私たちは世界の治安を守っているの。我が軍があるからこそ世界の平和は保たれているのよ。そのための戦士になれるのなら彼らだって本望のはず。
It was selfish reasoning. There was no way I or anyone else could accept it. But
面白い。レイエス教授、いや、レイエス。貴様、なかなか面白いじゃないか。
I thought Suzuha's gaze saw over to me for just a moment. Her eyes seemed to criticize me, but she didn't say anything.
リンタロウ？
リンタロウではない。
Alright. My job right now is to keep her busy until Dara broke the lock on the files, which meant that now is the time to act. To occupy the biggest fool I could. That was my job.
我が名はhyouoin Kyoma。世界の支配構造を覆し、混沌に陥れる男。
一体何の冗談？
この狂気のマッドサイエンティスト、hyouoin Kyomaが認めてやろう。貴様、なかなかにマッドだ。
ほう。何
hyouoin Kyomaだ。岡部倫太郎と世を欺くための仮の姿。その正体こそこの俺、不死鳥のごとく蘇るマッドサイエンティストだ。
何それ？あなたユニークね。
her moment, her mouth had hung open in shock. She quickly regained her cocky smile, but couldn't back down now.
レイエス、これまで貴様がやってきたことはすでに把握した。貴様は AI 戦士の研究のためにビクトル・コンドリア大学に教授として潜り込んだ。そしてその過程でアマデウスプロジェクトにたどり着いた。そうだな。
その通りよ。アマデウスはなかなかに面白いプロジェクトだったわ。でもそれよりも面白かったのは
Sorry, had to chew. There you go. She settled on the body next to her as if it were an object, not a human
ア
being.
マデウスプロジェクトの陰に見え隠れする彼ら案の定。アマデウスプロジェクトの陰に見え隠れする彼らの存在よ。探りを入れてみたらとんでもないものが見えてきた。何が出てきたかはあなたも知ってるでしょ。
タイムマシンだな。
Ray flashed me a dazzling smile and nodded.
なるほどな。人類の夢である。決して作り出すことのできないと言われたタイムマシン。その理論が記された論文の存在に気づいたか。それを手に入れれば世界の覇権をも手に入れることができると。だがくだらんな。貴様らの考えることは皆同じだ。
くだらないですって。
ああ、実にくだらん。世界の覇権、国家のため、組織のため、機関のため、どれも歪小な目的だ。そんなもののために世紀の大発明を利用するなど、科学者として下の下。
私は科学者である前に軍人よ。国に命を捧げたものなの。我が国が世界の覇権を手に入れればそれだけで抑止力になる。それは世界のためでもあり人類のためでもあるのよ。
Oh wow, I'm so sorry.
だから決して他の国に先を越されるわけにはいかない。
Did not mean to do that, sorry. Anyways, her voice was rising in excitement.
革命的な理論を私たちが手に入れることで世界の均衡は守られる。世界の平和は保たれるのよ。それを他の国に、ましてや一民間企業に手に入れられるなど許すものですか。
それがこれだけの人間を手にかけた理由か。あえてもう一度言おう。くだらないな。
あらそう。彼らには悪いことをしたと思ってるわ。
She didn't really sound like she meant it.
本当なら彼らを泳がせるだけ泳がせておいて、全てを手に入れてからデータを頂戴するつもりだったの。
ならなぜ殺した。
スパイとして潜り込ませていた部下の一人がヘマをしでかしちゃったのよ。だからそれについてはこちらの落ち度だと思ってるわ。でもね、彼らだって悪いのよ。うちには民間の研究者も在籍しているの。そちらに席を用意するって提案したのに欲を出して要求を突きつけてきたりなんかするから。才能のある人間を失うのは不本意だわ。
The corners of her mouth rose a little as she spoke. It didn't seem like she really felt that way at all.
さて、ここで一つ提案。岡部倫太郎、あなた、うちに来ない？
何？
あら、意外って顔ね。一体何のためにわざわざこんな話をしたと思うの？メイドの土産になんて日本のサムライシネマの中だけの話でしょ。心配しなくていいわ。私たちは国籍なんて問わないし、お望みならばグリーンカードだって用意してあげられる。
つまり俺の
この法院清馬の才能を認めたというわけか。
もちろん才能のない人間には声をかけたりなんてしないわ。あなたには才能がある。それにマキセ・クリスの友人でもある。
The real reason she was interested in me was probably the latter. It was far too
マキセ
obvious.
クリスのタイムマシン理論について俺が彼女から何か聞いているかもしれない。そう期待しているわけだ。だからこの俺が欲しいと。
役に立つ人間は引き抜く。正当な対価も払う。それが私たちの生きる世界のルールだもの。
ということは役に立たなくなったら俺もそこに転がっている彼らのようになるわけだな。
それはあなたの働きと心がけ次第じゃないかしら。
Reyes laughed and went around behind Kagure. She seemed to be moving casually, but since Suzuha didn't bounce, she probably hadn't left any open.
まだなのか。
I was hitting my limit for. Yeah, I'm about to say, Okabe is doing a goated job buying time right now. Like, I was about to say, Daru, bro, what's happening, man? What's happening? You gotta lock in, Twin Jimin. Gotta lock in. Sorry, give me 1 second. I'm trying to set this up real quick. Stomach. So funny. Alright.
まあ、ゆっくり考えて。ん？
この俺の才能に目をつけるとはなかなかのハイエスト愛の持ち主だ。
Oh, okay.
ハイエストアイ？
目が高いという意味だ。メリケン人なのにそんなこともわからないとはな。だがまあいい。科学者としてゲのゲだと言った。さっきの言葉を取り消してやろう。何せこの俺の才能を見抜いたのだからな。
あら、それならこちらの提案に乗ってくれるのね。
断る。
I'm about to say, yeah, you're crazy.
なぜならこの俺は法院京馬だからだ。狂気のマッドサイエンティストは孤高の存在でなければならない。いついかなる時も何者にも属してはならない。それが宿命。
At first, Rhea seemed surprised, but then she exhaled a long sigh.
まあ、それについては結論を急ぐ必要はないわ。彼女の処置が終わるまでゆっくり考えてもらって構わない。
かがりをどうするつもりだ？
Suzuha still had her hands behind her head, but it looks like if looks could kill, Reyes would be alright.
分かりきったことでしょ。
If looks could kill, Reyes would be dead already.
彼
There
女
you
の
go.
頭の中にマキセ・クリスの記憶を上書きするの。
それは
Then in the other world line, maybe Durpa did that and not Stratfor. And that wasn't all. was the woman in the motorcycle suit who attacked the lab.
そんな顔しなくても大丈夫よ。このために今日まで動物や何人もの人間を使って実験を繰り返してきたんだから。
Reyes rubbed Kaguri's cheek lovingly.
そもそもこれまでのシステムには致命的な不具合があったの。でも今回はそれも解消した。その上彼女の高い適応力もある。きっと成功する。
Every single word she spoke, that she spoke so slowly, it felt like it was drawing
ク
me
リ
in.
スの記憶が、頭脳がこの子の中で再現されるのよ。そうなれば記憶のブラックボックスなんて存在しなくなる。私たちの言うがまま。彼女はきっとタイムマシンについても全部教えてくれる。もうクリスの PC もハードディスクもいらない。彼女さえいてくれればそれでいいの。
Reyes brought her crimson lips next to Kaguri.
ねえ、カガリ。あなただってクリスになりたいでしょ。
ダメだカガリ、そいつの言葉を聞くな。
But Kaguri didn't move at
天
all.
才と呼ばれたあの頭脳があなたのものになるのよ。世界に革新を起こす存在になれるの。素敵だと思わない？お返事は？
Kaguri's lips moved a little.
いい子ね。
カガリ。
ウィンタロウ、これはあなたの選択でもあるのよ。素直にこちらの交換条件に応じていれば結果は変わったかもしれないのに。それにあなただって本当はクリスに会いたいんじゃないかしら。人間を構成するのは記憶よ。記憶がその人間を作り出しているの。クリスの記憶を持ったカガリはクリスそのものになるわ。そうなればあなただって嬉しいでしょ。それにクリスだって。
ふざけるな。
I was surprised at how loud my voice
クリ
was.
スが喜ぶだとそんなわけがあるか。仮にカガリの記憶がクリスのものにとって変わったとしてもそれはクリスじゃない。自分の記憶がそんな目的のために使われたってあいつは絶対に喜んだりしない。あいつをマキセ・クリスをバカにするな。
そう、残念だわ。いずれにせよ結果は同じ。そこで大切な人の記憶がこの子の中に受け継がれるのをおとなしく見守っていなさい。
Reyes started to tap commands to the computer next to her. Suzu was still calm. She wasn't attacking Reyes because she was waiting for Daru's word.
誰？まだなのか。
おじさん、
Suzu
場
whispered
合
to
によっ
me.
てはカガリを見捨てる。私が動いたら伏せて。
Knowing Suzu, she wouldn't hesitate.
はーい、準備 OK。
What do I do? Should I give up on her? I couldn't do that, could I? By the way Kaguri was doing.
それじゃあさよならカガリ。
Reyes' thin fingers stretched out. And Suzuha moved. She closed the gap between her and Reyes in an instant. A gunshot rang out. Suzuha's body shot back and fell to the floor.
そう来ると思ったわ。残念だったわね。
Reyes had expected that, and there was nothing I could do.
やめろ。
Before I could stop her, Reyes hit the keyboard. What?
いうこと？どうして反応しないの？まさかこいつ。 God damn it! Shit!
Reyes punched the keyboard again and again, swearing. Is there a problem with the system?
オカリンさん。
There was a small light in Kaguri's empty eyes.
Bullshit!
With Reyes distracted, this was my chance.
来い。
オカリンさん。
Kaguri ripped the device off her head and stood up and managed to run a few steps forward before she fell over. I ran over and grabbed her. Reyes quickly brought her gun to bear. Another gunshot. I thought I'd been shot, but I hadn't. The gun knocked out of Reyes' hands was spinning on the floor.
それ以上動くな。
Suza slowly stood up. She was holding the gun she just placed on the floor.
スザー、無事だったか。
なんとかね。
Her shoulders were bloody, but it wasn't a fatal wound. She was lucky to survive a gunshot wound at that range.
形勢逆転だな。
参ったわね。まさかあなたみたいな子にしてやられるなんて。
Reyes shrugged her shoulders and surrendered.
でもね、ここで終わるわけにはいかないのよ。
動くなと言っている。
Reyes ignored her and picked up the strange headset Kaguri had been wearing. Suza gripped her gun more tightly.
ちなみに私、小型の爆弾をポケットの中に持ってるの。奥歯をちょっとだけ噛みしめれば、それで起爆するのよ。この至近距離なら、あなたたち3人も巻き込まれちゃうでしょうね。
自爆する気か。
敵に情報が渡るぐらいなら死を選べと教育されているの。悲しいことにね。
はったりだ。
そう思うなら撃てばいい。
Suza moved to pull the trigger.
待て、スザー。今は誰を信じろ。
Reyes glanced at Suza, then slowly put the headset down over on her. Good lord. Reyes glanced at Suzuha, then slowly put the headset down over her own head. There you go.
何をするつもりだ。
あなたも彼女じゃなければいいんでしょ。
まさか。
言ったでしょ。ここで終われないって。
There was madness in her eyes.
そうよ。簡単な話だったんだわ。わざわざ他人を使わなくても、最初からこうすればよかったのよ。これで私はマキセ・クリスの記憶を手に入れられるの。タイム麻酔の理論を得ることもできるの。世界に確信をもたらす存在になれるのよ。
やめろ。そんなこと。
Don't use Kurisu's memories for that.
誰？
今から私は時間をも支配できる存在になる。
誰？早くファイルを。
Reyes' fingers went for the keyboard.
やめろ。
大丈夫。心配しなくても、あなたの大切な女の記憶は私がちゃんと役立ててあげる。
あった。見つけた、オカリン。消せ、ダル、頼む、クリスを。あいつを解放してやってくれ。オキドキ。
Coming to me, Chris.
That was really good delivery. This is really good delivery.
消せ、ダル、頼む、クリスを。あいつを解放してやってくれ。
His voice actor's so good, good lord. Reyes' fingers touched the keyboard. Silence. Nothing happened. There's no light or loud noise, like the phone wave. Of course there wasn't. It was all going on inside her head.
どうなったんだ
Reyes. She was in the exact same position as she was in the exact same position as when she touched the keyboard, completely unmoving. Did the memories download? I steel myself to take a closer look. And Reyes collapsed to her knees. The light hit her face and I could finally see her expression. There was nothing there. No light, no darkness. Nothing. Just hollow emptiness in her eyes. But the expression of joy she'd had when she touched the keyboard was frozen onto her cheeks.
オカリンさん、その人は
早かったんだ。ダルの方が一瞬だけ。
The folder had been empty just before she downloaded the memories into her own mind. She filled her head with emptiness and now nothing was left. Not the memories she had before. Not her own history. Not her own desires. There was just an empty shell. There was just an empty shell kneeling on the ground as if praying to God.
ダル、よくやった。終わったよ。何もかも。
I could hear Dara and Maho cheering from the earphone.
行こう、おじさん。いつまでもここにいるのは良くない。
そうだな。係、歩けるか。
The only things left were dead bodies and a living corpse. Amadeus, the girl on the other side of the machine, was gone. She was gone from this world, along with the memories of the person I loved. I whispered softly to a girl who was no longer there.
また会おうな、クリス。
それじゃあマユシ、私たちまた来るね。うん、またね。
You know, it's crazy. We haven't seen Fubuki and Kaede in so long. It's been so long since we've seen them. I think since the New Year's party, if I remember correctly. Don't remember.
ルカ君も今度一緒にコスプレしようね。
その考えておきます。
オカリンさんや皆さんもお邪魔しました。
ああ、またいつでも来るといい。どうした
どうした？
オカリンさん、なんだか雰囲気変わりましたね。
そうか？
うん、なんだか前よりずっととっつきやすくなった感じ。もう吹雪ちゃん、本人に向かって失礼だよ。楓ちゃんだってさっき言ってたじゃん。ちょっと
やれやれだな。
あ、それじゃあ私もそろそろおいとましますね。
あ、今日もバイト？
はい、終わったら連絡します。週末の予定決めましょう。
オッケー、じゃ連絡待ってるよ。
That's sweet.
なんでの？ダルニャン、ユキニャンとかなりいい感じだにゃ。
そうあ、でもフェリスタンへの愛ももちろん変わらないのだぜ。
もう父さんたらまた。
It had been several days since then. All the chaos with Amadeus and Curse's memories had calmed down and normal life had resumed. There had been no official announcement about what had happened in the basement of Tokyo Denki University. The next day, the basement had been sealed off because of what was described as a lab accident. The military, or maybe Stratford, had covered it up. And since then, we hadn't seen anything strange going on around us. There should have been no traces that we were ever there. They probably weren't going to come after us.
それにしても、あれは何だったんだろう。
あれって？
あの女が係にマキセ・クリスの記憶をダウンロードしたとき、うまくいかなかったんだよ。
ただシステムがうまく作動しなかっただけじゃないん？
ダルニャンの言う通りだにゃ。 えすぎることないにゃ。そうなのかな。なんか気になるんだよね。
そういえばあの時
Kaguri seemed to have been thinking of something. She opened her mouth to speak.
でも
ちょっとカガリ、言いかけて途中でやめないでよ。気になるだろ。
あの時声が聞こえたような気がするの。
声？
うん、頭の奥で誰だかわからないけどダメって私あの時のことをほとんど覚えてないからただの夢か何かだったのかも。
アマデウス、もしかしたらアマデウスじゃないかしら。クリスが最後の最後で自分の記憶をカガリさんに上書きされるのを拒んだんじゃないかって。
真帆にしてはロジカルじゃない意見だな。
Lukaku and Mayuri stared at each other when they heard Maho's words.
僕たちが最後にアマデウスさんを起動した時なんですけど、途中で通信が切られたんです。オカリンのボットさんが話してるのに、なんだかすごく慌てたみたいに切れたんだ。
Could that have been what? Could that have been when it
そ
happened?
んなことありえるの？わからないけど、アマデウスにも人間と同じ自己防衛本能はあるはずよ。だから自分の記憶をよからぬことに利用されようとしているのに気づいてということも考えられなくはないわ。
In a different world line, Kurisa's memories had once existed inside Kaguri. Maybe Kurisu had saved Kaguri from experiencing the same fate here. There may have been another reason, but at least that was what I wanted to think.
なあオカリン、僕も一個わからんことがあるんだけど。
なんだ？
オカリンの話だと、これまでアマデウスが原因で何度か世界線の変動があったんだろ？でも僕たちがあの時のことを覚えてるってことは、今回は変動してないってことだよな。それはなんでなんだろう。
ああ、そのことか。
I thought about that right after what had
おそら
happened.
くだが、これまでの世界線の変動はアマデウスに対してアクションを起こしたことで、クリスの記憶が何者かの手に渡ったことが原因だと思われる。
Teasing. Whoever had gotten the memories had used them to rewrite the
だが今
past.
回はその原因であるアマデウスとクリスの記憶そのものを消去した。原因が取り除かれれば、それによる世界線の変動は起きない。そういうことだろう。
The cause of the battle between Stratford and Durpo was gone. Had we gotten rid of the data that Kurisu had left behind? The future created by Kurisu's memories was gone. But Suzanne and Kaguri were still here. If they were still here, then the future hadn't changed that much. Of course I knew that. Unless I could reach Steins Gate, the world line convergence wouldn't change. But I didn't mean that this was for nothing. There was that small flash of insight I felt in 2036. The world was another step towards it.
これからどうするん？
そうだな。いろいろやるべきことはあるが、その前に。
I took something out of the pocket of my white lab coat.
さて、皆に俺からプレゼントだ。
The pins.
これは
So look at this, right? Look at this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Seems like Yuki got added. Okay, so Okabe, Shida, Makise, Kiryu, Urushibara, Barris, Amane, Hiyajo, Shina, and Amane. two Amanes and two Shinas. That's so
ラボ
funny.
メンバージ。俺たち全員がこのラボのメンバーである証だ。
Alright. OSHMKUFAHSA Kufasha. Or Kafasa. The badge had everyone's initials on it. Of course, Kurusu and Moeka's were there too. Added in Maho Hiyajo, Kagura Shina, and Yuki Amane too. Accepting the past for what it was and connecting it to the future. Yep. That was my job right now. Kagura held the badge to her chest happily. The path that lay before me might be even harder than the one I traveled before, but I knew the light was still there at the end of it.
私、クリスとオカリンさんが仲良くなれた理由、なんとなくわかる気がするわ。私も父さんたちがどうしてあんなにもオカリンおじさんを頼りにしていたのか、やっとわかった。私もママがオカリンさんをずっと好きなの、わかるな。かがりちゃん、違うよ。マユシーはオカリンの人質で、だからそういうのとは。
なんこれ、オカリンだけモテまくり許せん。リアチェ爆発しろ。
父さんには母さんがいるでしょ。
Many different futures and many different paths. Where they all converge, I know I'll find you. So.
ああ、俺だ。何？いつになったら助けに来るのか、だと？慌てるな。今はまだその時ではない。俺を誰だと思っている？いいか。狂気のマッドサイエンティスト、フォー・イン・キョーマに二言はない。だから、しばし待つがよい。お前を絡め取るその時の呪縛から、いつか必ず、俺が助け出してやる。ああ、必ずだ。
Kurusu, until the day comes that we meet, all I have, I give to you.
エル、プサイ、コングルー。
How are you gonna do it? December 2011, the Kyoma. A year after all the chaos, Maho visited the future Gacha for the first time in a long while.
来た来た。
お久しぶりね、みんな。ああ、マホさんだ。すごく会いたかったよ。てってるー。お久しぶりです、マホさん。元気そうで何よりだにゃ。みんな相変わらずで安心したわ。そっちこそ変わってないね。どうせ私は小さいわよ。そういう意味で言ったんじゃないって。分かってる、冗談よ。どうしたの？この1年真帆さんに会えなくて寂しかったよ。
What the heck?
ちょっとそんな抱きつかなくても。だってごめん。本当は夏にも来たかったんだけど、大学の方でもいろいろあって。
The events of last January had left deep scars on Maho's lab. Of course they had. Not only was Amadeus involved, but many people in the college, including Dr. Reyes, had been involved as well.
遠いところ、よく来てくれた、マホ。
マホ。
当たり前よ。私だっていろいろと関わってきたんだもの。この目で見届けるのが務めだわ。
Just take the compliment, right? Oh,
でも、本当にいいのか？この1年の後処理が無駄になるんだぞ。
無駄になんてならないわよ。第一、この世界の未来が過去につながるって言ったのはあなたでしょ？だから私はこの世界で私がすべきことをやっただけよ。
ああ、そうだったな。
I was supposed to die in 2025, but I was alive. Everybody had been fooled. The past me. Everyone in the future. The world had been deceived. I thought the future was certain, but instead I found a future I didn't expect. So, wouldn't I be able to deceive the world too? And by doing so, avoid the future that awaited us. And if I could deceive the world, maybe I could find Steins Gate. But how to do so, unfortunately, was beyond me right now. But the future me had said,
シュタインズゲート世界線への道は険しい。一度や二度やり直したところでたどり着ける道ではないだろう。けれどまずはそこから始めることがシュタインズゲートへとつながるんじゃないか。いくつもの未来の先が過去へとつながっているんじゃないか。11年前オカリンはそう言ってた。だからさ、僕たちがいるこの世界も無駄じゃない。きっと必要な世界なんだ。少なくとも今の僕はそう思ってる。
many futures all connected to the past. That meant there was only one thing for me to do.
橋田さん、例のものはちゃんとできたの？
もちろん、もう使えるはずだお。
An old microwave sitting in the back of the development room. It was the timely machine that Maho had helped finish. Daru had added a new function to
そ
it.
れにしても、こんなものが世界の命運を握っていたなんてね。
That's right. Everything began here. Our fate and Kurisu's had all been ruined by this device. The one difference between this and the old phone wave was that this is connected to a smartphone, not an old feature phone. There you go. Text messages to the past would be detected by CERN no matter what I did, which one we become a target. That would mean taking this world that I gained only at the cost of sacrificing Kurisu right back to where we started. There would be no point in that. But there were other ways to communicate now, beyond simple text messages. There were other ways to send messages. The software we use now, Rhine, was one of them.
名付けて D ラインってとこかな。
Clever. Of course, the idea of using the electrons of the CRT television in the Brown Tube workshop to control gravity and create a singularity to send the messages back in time was the same. Good lord, that was a lot. Alright, tips. Singularity. Used here to denote the astrophysics term gravitational singularity. This refers to a place where gravity is infinite. However, the existence of such a singularity is only theoretical, and since the inside of a gravitational singularity would be impossible to observe, cannot be proven. A black hole singularity is the point created by the gravitational collapse of a star that has reached the end of its life. You can think of it as all the matter in a star with a radius of several million kilometers, compressed down into a space smaller than the period at the end of a sentence. I love that they use the same exact definition because that last line sticks out so much. Compressed down into a space smaller than the period at the end of the sentence. That's so cool. I always love when they say that. And the amount we could send was still 18 characters, same as a D-mail. But we didn't have to worry about CERN finding it. We didn't have to worry about Mayuri being killed. Only problem was that we couldn't send messages back before we started using Ryan, but there was nothing I could do about that. The most important thing to do now was make it possible.
まったくどこにも補足されないようになんて注文つけるから結構大変だったのだぜ。抜け穴見つけるのにめっちゃ時間かかったんだからな。
He complained, but he pulled it off
さすがだ。マイフェイバリットライトアーム。
あ、何気に懐かしい響き。
That's cool.
でも、オカリ、本当にいいの？
そうだにゃ。またそのことで京奈が辛い思いをするんじゃないのかにゃ。
かもしれないな。
だったら
でもそれでも俺はやらなければならない。
オカリンさん。
There was what was going to happen unless I could stop it. Kaguri and Suzuha's presence made that obvious. There was only one future that lay before us. There was another piece of the path that would lead us to Steins Gate. To get there, I'll have to go into the past and start over. It'll be fine. I was capable of starting over as many times as I needed to now. I could overcome anything. Until I reached the promised door. I already had the message I was going to send. Saying that message must have been why I come to this world line in the first place. Of course, I didn't know what I think or what I do when I received it. But I knew I would be successful. I would lead us to another future. Into another past.
かがりさん、不安ですか？だってもし過去が変わって平和な時代が来たらママと出会えなくなっちゃうかもしれない。
かがりちゃん。
心配ない。アトラクタフィールド理論では起こるべきものは必ず起こる。そう決まっている。世界線が変わろうと君はマユリに出会うはずだ。
本当？
ああ、俺が保証する。
ママ、よかったね、かがりちゃん。オカリンが保証してくれたら安心だよ。未来でもきっと会おうね。おじさん、ありがとう。
礼を言われることじゃない。もともとは俺がまいた種だ。
And this is where things got really hard.
それでも言わせて。ありがとう。
そのセリフ、父さんにもプリーズ。
父さんもありがとう。
もっと上目遣いで目をうるうるさせて言っておくれ、マイドーター。
When the past changed, everything I'd done in the past year would be undone. All the futures I experienced and all the time it took me to come back would go away too. But they wouldn't go to waste. I was here now, and in the past, I was just about to begin my work. And in the future, then the future lay beyond. When all those things came together, the doors to the future would be waiting. Steins Gate would be waiting.
では行くぞ。Hyouoin Kyomaの名において、これより新たなるオペレーションヘルヘイムを開始する。ラボメン全員、準備はいいか？
To find a way there, I will change the past again.
ドキドキ。
Kurisu. So that's someday we can be together once more. So that's Promise from Nascimento. This ending's interesting because the way I view it is the same way I view what's that ending called from what is it called? I have it on my computer so I can at least find it there, but alright, let's see. Yep, okay, here it is. So this ending reminds me of Paradox Meltdown from Steins Gate Original. And if you don't remember, Paradox Meltdown was what's it called? It was the ending right before the true ending. Actually, no way. I'm sorry. I got the wrong one. This ending reminds me of Stardust Sky. There you go. And it's funny because Stardust Sky was like, oh, you get this ending if you just play the game normally. You know, you didn't hit any of the flags for Kurisu. You know, you just played, and you got Mayuri's ending, all that stuff, right? But With this one, it's actually reverse. Instead of going down the other side, you go down this side. Actually, you know what? It's better if I show you guys now. Yeah, I'll just skip the credits. I've already seen these. Yep, Promise for Nascimento. Dean Ryan was sent. Promise for Nascimento completed. New item was added to CG library. New wallpaper. Yep, all that jazz. Alright, extras. Clear list. See this? Only one more. Only one more. I got something to show you guys. Where is it? I might have to download it honestly so I can. Here you go. Steins Gate 0 endings. So I don't think this is official, but this is always what I've used. Yep, but basically, it like this is true. This did happen actually. But let me show you. Right, let me show you. So where? Right here. I'm gonna keep the game muted for now so you guys can see this, but pictures. There you go. Alright, let's change it. Full screen window, and then right here. So this is the ending list, right? You have all the chapters. You have Absolute Zero, which is just the start, close epigraph, which is the part where you like you're in chapter 1 basically. Then you can choose to go to the right side, you can choose to go to the left side. The right side is X-Day Protocol, Pandora's Box, which leads to Gehenna Stigma, or it can go to this, which is just another chapter and leads to Vega and Altair. This is a true end, but I'll talk about that later. And then we have the left side, which is, so this side, I forgot what it was. I forgot what the choice was exactly. Let me zoom out, hold on. There you go. There you go. Where's Steam? Games. Few games, Steins Gate 0, guides, right here. Shout out to this guy, by the way. Amazing ending list. So, closed epigraph. Yep, don't turn off your phone. So that leads you to the right side, and if you turn off your phone, that leads you to the left side. Basically, it's choosing like, do you use Amadeus or do you not use Amadeus, basically. And this side, you know, we have Twin Automata, Recursive Mother Goose, and Promise for Nascimento. As you see, Promise for Nascimento leads to this. And we'll see that in a second because I am going to continue playing. But then, because this all leads to a circle. This whole game's pathing is a 0. That's why it's called Steins Gate 0. Because the entire routing system, it's all one giant circle. It's all one giant 0. And I love that so much. It's one of the coolest things ever. I love that. When I first found out about that, man, trust and believe I was geeked. But yeah, so Promise for Nascimento. Interesting ending. It's another situation where I feel like the pathing to that, or the path leading to the ending is actually better than the ending itself. Or I guess like the final section of the ending. Because like I feel like the Reyes stuff is weak. Because like Reyes is just a weak villain, period. I definitely prefer Leskinen over Reyes, for sure. It just sucks that Reyes has more endings or she's the bad guy, then Leskinen does. Because inherently, he only has one. Well, one for right now. I won't spoil it. But I just don't like Reyes as a villain. I think she's the weaker of the two. Wholeheartedly the weaker of the two. And inherently, I just think that Steins Gate has weak villains in general, if I'm being real. But I'll get to that when I get to the video. The Steins Gate original definitely has the better villain, but you know, Steins Gate Zero definitely has some weak villains, if I'm being honest. But yeah, you know, Promise or Escamento is a good ending. No matter what, Promise or Escamento takes Vega and Altair, and it does it a lot sooner. A lot sooner. And I can appreciate that because it's not the same, but it carries the same weight. Where it's like, okay, my timeline right now can't be saved, but that's okay. Because we have the advent of time travel to help fix that. So while I can't fix it now, we are going to reach Steins Gate. And all it took was Okabe seeing the future and Okabe getting some nonsense smacked into him so that Hyouoin Kyoma would come back. And that's awesome. Like, that's genuinely awesome. What this game sorely misses is Makise and Hyouoin Kyoma. And if you're playing this game and you feel like something is missing from it, it's because of this. Those two important characters are missing, basically. As crazy as it sounds, Hyouoin Kyoma is an important character no matter what. He is his own individual character. Because without him, look at what Okabe turns into. Just a normal guy. Legit just a normal guy. But yeah, no, so I like what Promise for Nascimento does. Genuinely, I feel like the left side of the route where you turn off your phone is such a good like just story. And honestly, now that I've gone through it in terms of like replaying it, I wish I played that one first. Because it definitely would have made the other route better. But it's also just like, part of me wishes that this game didn't have the zero, and instead it was just a linear story with endings that branch off. Because like, you have to play one route, go back and then play another to get the true ending, and it's like, why couldn't I just like meet the flags like I did last time? Granted, the flags were annoying, I'm not gonna lie to you, but I feel like this story would have benefited from being a linear story so that it could be a more focused effort. Because the most focused efforts are Promise for Nascimento and Vega and Altair, which leads to the true ending. I feel like that story, if it was linear, would have been so good. Because it's more like, it's a straight line, then you get to Promise for Nascimento, and then it goes backwards to the start, and then it's a straight line, but like on a different elevation. And I still think that twist is cool, because if you play this first and then you go to play Vega and Altair, it's a really cool ending. It's a really cool like transition, which I will be showing you all. But you know, what's it called? It's interesting. It's just really interesting. I think I like Promise and Nascimento, and when I do my video, I am gonna rate these. I'm gonna rank them as well, the endings, but I definitely have divisive opinions compared to like I did with Steins Gate original, so we shall see. But yeah, we've been going for 4 hours, and we got the ending. Like I said, you know, would I have gotten it faster? Probably would have taken me like, in honestly, like 3 hours and 30 minutes instead of like 4 hours and 20, because I was messing around on my phone a lot, I'm not gonna lie. But we're locked in. Only one more ending to go. We're here. I'm not gonna try to finish it tonight. I just wanted to start it, honestly, because I know we have a lot of skipping to do, and the game will pause once I get a new scene. So I'm just trying to start it. I'm just generally trying to start it, so we'll see. But yeah, anyways, we could very well finish Steins Gate in like the next 2 streams, like, cause well, like, what stream am I on now? I think the 16th one, right? If I remember correctly. Just to make sure, I'll put you in the VODs right now, and then we'll be straight. But yeah, where's the playlist? Where's the playlist? Yep, 16 of them, and if I do a long one, it could be 17. But if I do like 2 hour, 3 hour for both, it'll probably be just 18 streams, which would be shorter than Steins Gate original. Granted, I've been really like locking in and like putting like 3 hour, 4 hour, maybe even, or sometimes 5 hour too streams. So I've been locked in, like just trying to finish these. But you know, like today was definitely a perfect storm of like, it's a Saturday, so I'm able to do this. But yeah, you know, like we're here, we're live. But yeah, Promise and Escamento. We're now we're on the true ending route. And just to be sure, don't turn off your phone. Yep, don't turn off your phone. Okay. Hopefully this works. So yeah, just keep going. Oh, I forgot to turn on the audio again. Wonder why it was so quiet. Yep, I've already played this, yeah. We're back on the bridge.
Okarin-san?
Yep. So, if you've been keeping up with this series, which, by the way, thank you, I really do appreciate that if you have, you know that I played this route first. And this didn't happen. So, this is why it's a circle, like I said before. You play the left route first, you send the D Rhine, and it goes back, and then it goes to this place right here. December 15th, 2010. The world can be tricked. Connect the possibilities. Deceive the world. Kane and Fubuki were looking at me weird. I got away from them as fast as I could. Next day protocol, yep. So now we hopefully should be on a true running route. If we aren't, that would really suck. Oh man, Steins Gate. It's always the experience when you have to go back and skip. But yeah, anyways, like I said, I feel like this route would have been better. For at least using my experience with this route would have been better if I just did the left side first. If I had to recommend it to anybody, just do that side first and then do this one. It's crazy that this game is shorter. I feel like it's interesting, right? This game, I feel like it has a reason to exist. Did it need to exist? Inherently, no, not really. The way Steins Gate Original ended, it didn't need an explanation. It was just that we were told enough to where we understood. Oh yeah, it's just them taking care of Suzuha. Anyways, yeah, we knew enough to where we understood how the ending of Steins Gate Original worked, so we didn't need a full game to explain it. Granted, I'm thankful that this game exists because not only do we have, again, more Steins Gate content, it's good content. This game is not bad by any stretch of the imagination. I don't want that. I don't want to give off that impression. It's just more. It's so hard to follow up a near perfect game, especially when this game is so. It's so different. It's so different. It's the way that I've. Yeah, whatever. This one's forced. I have to. Excuse me. Sorry. But yeah, Steins Gate Zero is definitely like is not as good. It's still a solid game.
So da na.
Is this new? Oh, she totally wasn't expecting that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know, we've seen this before. Yeah, especially because of the thumbnail. Or yeah, I did use that for a thumbnail. But anyways, yeah, like I'm gonna go more in depth on it when I do when I make my video on this game. But inherently, this game just isn't as good as the original, and that's fine. When I include Steins Gate in my top 5 like anime or games, I include both of them. I include both of these because even though this game didn't need to exist, it still exists and wholeheartedly is not as bad as people will say it is. I have different opinions about the anime though. I definitely gotta talk about that one when I do talk my video. But what's it called? Inherently, this game adds more good than bad, or at the very least, even if it adds more bad than good, the good is so heavily outweighing the bad. It's like, yeah, no, like this is a part of Steins Gate, and I will wholeheartedly like stand by that, you know, even if I think it is an inferior game. Which is interesting because like I didn't feel like that when I first went through this game, or like when I first watched Nico B play it, because of the fact that like it was new, you know, it was new content, it was interesting, it was different, it was cool. Like this game has so much to it, has so much flair, so much love, so much, well, I'm not gonna say love immediately because like Steins Gate Original, you could really tell there was love in it. This one's more like it's a sequel, following off the tales of the the last game, but it's like it's hard to be like, oh yeah, there's love here, because like there are certain things that just feel questionable, feel super questionable, that I will talk about. But yeah, you know, I don't regret playing this game at all. Do not regret playing it. We're almost done, so I do want to get those thoughts out, and you know, I gotta say something while we're skipping through all this content. So but yeah, I say all that to say that like if you play Steins Gate I recommend playing this one too. You're missing out on a lot if you, what's it called? You're missing out on a lot if you don't play this game. That's all I'm trying to say. Oh man. It's so funny too how like I do like that they make the left side or the right side like how distinct they really are. Because on the right side you really see more of Mayuri's friends, you know, compared to, well, yeah, more of Mayuri's friends compared to the left side where you see more Kaguri and Suzuha. And it's just interesting because the fact that like is that Mayuri? You know, it's Suzuha. Something in a short message made me feel very tense. There you go. There you go. Yeah, no, anyways, like, they really make themselves distinct. Even though Suzuha, you know, at the end of the day, she's an important character, she will always play a role in either side. You can really tell that she plays a bigger role on the left side compared to this side. It's crazy how these sides are so different from each other. Alright, the 23rd. Let's see. Gotta make sure I don't end up on Gehenna Stigma. Alright. Big and Altair. Ignore the phone call from Amadeus. Okay. Did that not count as ignoring a what's it called? Really? Because I've ignored several messages. Oh no, I think the game's telling me to read a message, like open a message, read it, and then don't say anything. try again. Let me see. I'm out shopping with Luca. Okay. So I wanna make sure I get this right. So let me actually open up the trophies and then see. Because it's CG's read and ignored message, saw the tips, get this ending, and I 100% the game. Yep. Okay, so guides, achievements. It'd be better to. I think it'd be better to look it up if anything. Steins, gate, 0. Okay. It seems like I did that though. Or like I'm going to do that, yep. Read it, whatever. Back out. Keep going. Okay. Well, I mean, I did it. I did do that. I did what they said, so. Yeah, no, I definitely did that. I definitely did that. So let me see. See if maybe I have it now. It's the weirdest thing, yeah. That's 100% the weirdest thing. What are we talking about? Yeah, no, that's weird. I'll wait. But if I don't get it by the end of the game, I don't know. That's weird. Anyways, that doesn't matter. There you go. Okay, let's keep going.
クリスからだ。
でもびっくりしたよな。まさかマホタンがオカリンと知り合いだったとはね。前にメイクインすぐにがでもマホタン
見抜かれた。
ああ、なるほどね。
There you go. Hi, now we should be good. We should be golden. stomach. Ah, this scene. Is this scene. Yep. So, I forgot about the raid. This scene was really good. Such a cute scene. Such a cute scene. Everything's the same so far. So, just keep going.
チャンネル。アマデウスってネット掲示板に書き込んだりすることも。
Well, whatever the message was, I can't read it now, so. Did I? Yeah, no new ones, so that's good.
どうしようかな。This route is so much shorter than the other one. It's actually crazy.
Because we're already in the summer. Like, that's insane. There you go. I'm gonna do it again, just to make sure. Just to make sure the game understands. I am reading the message. I am reading it. You know what? I think I understand what the problem is. Actually, opened it. Yep. I didn't skip this time. I didn't skip this time. I read it and I ignored it. I've done that twice now. I want to make sure, because it's documented now. I'm not bugging. Big anal tear. Big anal tear. We made it back. Yep, this is all the same. This is all the same. Yep, this, that, and the third. The game crashed. Awesome. Or for some reason it didn't crash. Okay. Yeah, because this is all the same too. It's not. Yep. It was all the same. It happened again. They used the same picture. That's so funny. When are we gonna get to Milky Way Cross? What are we gonna? What's going on? Let's see. Okay, I see. Yeah. Man, about to get the business, bro. Yep, time machine is gone. Okay, so depending on how long this thing is, I might end the stream. But I literally just went through the whole other route in like 20 minutes, so I don't think it's gonna be too long. Because Milky Way Crossing is supposed to be the true ending route, but like it's definitely not like open to Steins Gate. It's definitely not. Oh, thank you so much for the person in chat. I didn't even read your message. Okay, so sorry about that. I didn't mean to ignore your message. I just don't have chat open because I don't have two monitors. But yeah, no, I did see your message, so I had a feeling that if I didn't get it there, I'm going to get it by at the end of the thing. But I do appreciate you commenting that. Thank you. But yeah, at this point, I might as well just finish the game because I'm already this far. I'm not going to skip the credits because I know if I do, I'm gonna miss out on the what's it called. So, but yeah. Again, for the people watching, the reason I mute the audio for the credits is because I don't want to get copyright struck just in case. So just just to be safe. But to the people who have watched the stream, thank you. I do appreciate it. It's been fire. It's been fire. But Steins Gate 0. Steins Gate 0. What a trip, man. What a trip. Alright, let me unmute it now. Yep. Milky Way Crossing.
因果は成立した。
Yep.
計画の最終段階について話そう。
This is what I was hoping for. Because it hasn't showed up in the game yet. But it showed up now. Now that the casual link has been... Oh, I'm so sorry. You already read it.
ダイバージェンスを変え、未知の世界線、シュタインズゲートへ到達する計画だ。ちなみに、シュタインズゲートと命名したのは俺だ。なぜシュタインズゲートなのかは、お前ならわかるはず。特に意味はない。そうだろう。
2025 AD, the Future Gadget Laboratory, aka the Lab. It was also the headquarters of the resistance organization Valkyrie. Once located in a room in a multi-purpose building in Akihabara, it had been moved to a new base after the Third World War. The place was far too filthy to be called a lab. But it was, without a doubt, the home of the best minds in the world as they searched for a way to reach Steins Gate. In the center of the room, Okabe Rentaro was delivering a monologue, posing like a stage actor as his white coat flapped.
お前が立っているその場所は、俺たちがクリスを助けたいと願ったからこそ到達できた瞬間なんだ。俺の計画の下準備は完了した。あとはお前次第だ。最終ミッション、オペレーションスクルドの概要を説明する。
There you go. Operation Scold. The final mission to reach Steins Gate, given by Okabe Rentaro in the year 2025 to help himself in the year 2010. The parameters of the mission's success were as follows. Change the results of established events change the results of established events without changing the events themselves. Deceive the original Rentaro, or Okabe Rentaro. Deceive the world. Scold is the youngest of the three Norn sisters, the goddess of fate in Norse mythology. She sits at the Erd Spring at the base of Yggdrasil, the world tree, where she tends to the tree's growth. Scold is the goddess that controls the future. It is also one of the Valkyries. Man.
確定した過去を変えずに結果を変えろ。
Kurisu, aka Maho Hiaja, was staring at him, annoyed from a distance. Kurisu was Maho's codename in Valkyrie. Maho turned toward Itaru Yoshida, who was sitting right next to her.
ねえ、あれはあれでいいの？
うん、多分ね。
Itaru was grinning. He was history's greatest super hacker and he loved hoeing Kyoma too much.
みんなと一緒にあれを見ることになる2010年の凛太郎は恥ずかしくないのかしら？
大丈夫。
Not at all,
その
actually.
頃はもっとすごかったから。
ああ、そう。
I'm saying like he's past his prime. Wait. Maho sighed and shook her head. But even as she sighed, inside she was so sad that she felt her heart was going to burst. She probably wasn't the only one feeling that way. Itaru, Lukarushibara, and even Rumiho, or Akiho Rumiho, who was doing the filming, all seemed a little sad when they thought about what was to come.
最初のお前を騙せ。世界を騙せ。それがシュタインズゲートに到達するための選択だ。
And then Okabe walked toward the camera that Rumiho was holding. He insisted on standing away from the camera with his back turned to give it more atmosphere. So that was why why was he walking towards it now? Maho sighed again. Okabe took the camera from Ferris and brought the lens up to his face. And then he said the final line.
健闘を祈るぞ。狂気のマッドサイエンティストよ。エル。プサイ。
Kongru. Shh, man. And then he stopped the recording. And the video message to the past was complete. It had taken 15 years to get to this point. It was such a long time. And at the same time, it had felt so short.
はい、これでバッチリだね。
よし。あとは D メールと一緒に過去へ送信。ルカ子、送り先とタイミングを間違えるなよ。
はい。今のは2010年の京馬さんの携帯アドレスへ。さっき撮ったイタルさんのムービーメールは2011年の鈴葉ちゃんへですね。
ああ、よろしく頼む。
Okabe came over to Maho and the others, his white lab coat flapping as he walked.
お疲れ様。
これでシュタインズゲートへの道筋はついた。今の俺にできるのはここまでだ。あとは2010年の俺次第といったところだな。
おう。
なんだ、ずいぶん暗いじゃないか。
だってやっぱりみんな不安だもの。タイムマシンの試作機でいきなり有人実験なんて。
Maho looked up at the huge time machine, unit number FGC-193 behind him. It was almost the same as SC-204 model that had appeared in the Kyoma in 2010, but it was still a prototype with many unstable parts.
大丈夫だ。俺は有能な右腕たちを信用してるからな。絶対に成功する。
あなたが死ぬのは2025年。この世界線ではそれが確定している。だからって自分から死にに行くような真似は感心しないわ。
They had this debate 1,000 times before. Mao herself had thought she'd come to terms with it, but at the last minute she found herself bringing it up again.
確かに俺はかつて鈴葉からそう言われた。2025年に死ぬと。あいつの話じゃ真由里をかばって暴漢に刺されるんだったかな。今この場に真由里はいないが世界線は収束する。だから俺は今年で死ぬものだとずっと思い込んできた。けどな。
Okabe flipped his white lab coat up a little too dramatically and put his hand to his chest.
それは必ずしも死の必然とは限らないんじゃないか。この俺が2025年にこの世界線から消えるという選択もまた
I'd say so,
死と
yeah.
同じ意味に解釈できると思ったんだ。
どういうこと？
This theory was new to Maho.
つまり2025年に俺がこの世を去るというのは別に死ぬわけじゃなくて、記念すべきタイムマシン初号機に乗り別の時空間へと無事に旅立ったことを意味していたのだ。
ものすごいポジティブシンキングだわ。
でも仮説としてはありだろう。
世界は騙せる。別の世界線から届いたそのメッセージが俺に勇気を与えてくれた。これから俺がやろうとしているのはオペレーションスクルドの実証実験みたいなものでもあるんだ。
そう、確かにそうね。
But to Maho and the others, it was all the same. After 2025, Okabe Rintaro would be gone. He would never come back. He wasn't saying it, but he knew it too. He stared at each of his friends for a moment in turn, as if to help him memorize their faces. Most of the founding members of Valkyrie and the former members of the Future Gadget Lab were here to see him go. Itaru Ishida, Hashida Itaru, Akiha Rumiho, aka Ferris Nyan, Irushibara Luka, Hiaja Maho, and standing quietly in the back, Hashida Yuki. A 7-year-old Hashida Suzuha was hiding behind her legs.
みんな、今日まで俺みたいな男によくついてきてくれた。だが、神の摂理を相手にした戦いはまだ続く。次は2036年だな。それまでよろしく頼む。ワルキューレの健闘を祈る。
As she listened to Okabe's final goodbye, Maho tried her best to stop herself from crying. She couldn't cry here. She sang long ago that she'd keep hope in her heart as she watched them go.
よし、そろそろ逃げた人質を捕まえに行くか。
鈴葉のこともよろしくな。
任せろ。こいつに乗せてあるカーブラックホールのトレーサーがあればきっとうまくいくさ。
That was a special device that only the C-193 was equipped with. It was capable of tracing the space-time distortion continuity created by a curved black hole, anywhere from 70 million years in the past to the future. You could call it a time machine tracker. It had been specially designed to allow them to find another time machine. Of course, they had only one reason for making it: to find Mayuri and Shino Mayuri and Amane Suzuha, who'd gone beyond the space-time horizon on Tanabata in 2011. They'd guessed that when the battle cry and the battle cry what the hell? They guessed that when the battery on the S204 failed, it had lost the ability to properly time travel. So after fighting them with the C-193, Okabe would give them a spare battery and send them back to this time. If possible, he'd go too. If they could do that, the mission would be 100% complete. But doing that with this prototype time machine would be extremely difficult. Okabe had to have known that. Perhaps he was thinking of sacrificing himself to send Mayuri and Suzuha back to this time.
じゃあ行くよ。
おう。
待ってください。
Yep. The last member of the Future Gadget Lab, Kagari Shina, came running onto the floor. She lived.
カガリ、姿が見えないと思ったらどこへ行ってたの？ごめんなさい。これを取ってきたんです。オカリンさん、持っていてください。お守り。
Kagari handed him a faded green Upa keychain.
いいのか。
She looks just like herself now.
大切な宝物だろ。
Well, except for one thing, actually. Let me see. Well, actually, no. Kagari has had that in both routes, actually. So, where is Yuki? Yuki Amane. Yep, those are her eyes. And then you go to Kagari. Yeah, no, they have the same eyes. Yeah, almost exactly.
はい。だからこそです。絶対に返してください。 ママと一緒に。
分かった。必ず返すよ。必ずな。
Okabe took the keychain and gave everyone one final firm handshake. Finally, he came to Maho.
元気で。
君もな、クリス。いや、マホ。
Maho?
ねえ。
ん？
シュタインズゲートは実在すると思う？
Hell yeah.
まゆりさんが死ぬことなく、そしてクリスも犠牲にならない。そんな狭間の世界線が本当にあると思う？
It was the first time she asked that in 14 years since the battle began on that year's Tanabata.
あるさ。絶対に。
Yep. Okabe Rentaro, Hyouoin Kyoma, answered her with a smile, but his smile seemed so sad that Maho couldn't help but cry.
泣くなよ。
泣いてないわよ。
Maho gave him a hug and swore to herself that she'd never forget his warmth and conviction.
いってらっしゃい。
Okabe nodded a little.
よし、全員下がれ。これよりオペレーションを開始する。なお、作戦名はオペレーションアルタイルとする。
Mm-hmm. He shouted as if trying to raise his own spirits, not just everyone else's, and then he entered the cockpit of FGC-193 time machine. Maho and the others quickly began a countdown sequence to start the time machine. Since this is a trial run too, they needed to record all the data they could get. A low roar enveloped the time machine. The vibration and noise were so loud that the building shook a little. But as far as Maho could tell, the data was normal. The thick hatch of the time machine was slowly closing. Then there was the sharp sound of it sealing tight, cutting off Okabe from the rest of them forever.
うまくいくわよね。
大丈夫。京馬は必ずやり遂げるにゃ。
その通りです。不可能を可能にする人ですから。
ああ、それでこそ僕たちのオカリンなわけでね。
オカリンさん。
A rainbow-colored fog started to rise up around the machine. The sound of the engine grew so loud that it threatened to blow out their eardrums, and no one could hear a thing.
Okarin!
Yataru screamed, unable to hold back any longer.
お前の死が確定してるとか、んなことどうでもいい。やっぱここへ戻ってこい。
みんなずっと待ってるから。私も待ってるから。絶対に帰ってきなさい。
Yataru's so real for that, man. He's so real for that. As they relax. As they screamed, the machine started to fade away. And then just as he promised on that distant day, he followed the two Hyouoins. With a blinding flash of light, the time machine took off from the year 2025, heading for a time far away, and disappeared.
宇宙に始まりはあるが終わりはない。無限。星にもまた始まりはあるが自らの力を持って滅びゆく。有限。英知を持つ者こそ最も愚かであるのが歴史からも読み取れる。海に生ける魚は陸の世界を知らない。彼らが英知を持てばそれもまた滅びゆく。 人間が光の速さを超えるのは魚たちが陸で生活を始めるよりも滑稽。これはそんな神からの最後通告に抗った者たちによる執念のエピグラフ。
Yeah, I gotta mute it because this is. Yeah. Steins Gate 0. Are these the actual credits? Yeah, they are. Wow. Okay. Not gonna lie to you, I did not think that I would be getting the true ending for this game today. Wow. Goodness gracious. But I'm here. I'm here and I'm chilling. I'm having a good time. That is Steins Gate 0. We did it. We did it. Oh man. Wow. That, even if this game isn't as good as the first one, no matter what, it's still, what's it called? It still is Steins Gate. Man, is it still Steins Gate. I can't wait to make my video on this game because this is gonna be insane, bro. This is gonna be insane. Like, I remember when I first watched Nikobe play this game, and it was so awesome. I think like he played it around 2018, 2019, somewhere around there. And I was having such a blast because I love Steins Gate, you know, it's one of my favorite series ever. And it's just seeing this, seeing how different this game was, and seeing visually it was amazing. It looked beautiful. It was such an upgrade from the original game, but it was so like, it was such an experience. And now that I'm older and I have a clearer mindset, and you know, nostalgia, no nostalgia is playing into this. I did enjoy myself with this game, actually. I did. The thing that happened though is that I ruined my experience because of the fact that I played the second route first when I shouldn't have done that at all. So for anybody who wants to play this game or who watches this at some point, which if you do buy it, play the left side first. Don't play the right side first. That's the closest we're gonna get to a linear story with this game, because it's such a better experience if you do it like that. Such a better experience. Yeah. Now go to the world that is still unseen. Milky Way crossing, 100 CGs unlocked, message of Oblivion Renoir. Milky Way crossing completed. New item was added to CG library. New wallpaper was added to wallpaper setting. And there you go. Recursive Mother Goose, Twin Automata, Promise Renascimento, Gehenna Stigma, Vega and Altair, Milky Way Crossing. Man, this game is so good. So I'm missing 2 tips. Wonder why. Do you want to see though, like that ending CG was really cool. Is it this one? This one's really cool though. This one's really good. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Here's a really good CG. Of course, the iconic The iconic CG. It's crazy, man. It's crazy. Man, Steins Gate 0. What a time. What a time. So I am not done yet. I am gonna try to get the final 2 tips so I can 100% the game, since I'm basically done. I'm literally right there. Yeah, all I need is 2 more trophies, but yeah. Yeah, alright. Let's see. Let's go over to the content. See if anybody said anything in chat recently. Yeah, nobody said anything yet. Okay, so yeah, anyways, Steins Gate 0. Steins Gate 0. There you go. Okay. So, the thing told me how to get the tips. So I'm just gonna do that. I'm gonna start from the beginning and then we'll see. But it's crazy though, man. I did not think I was gonna be able to finish this game today. I thought it would take me 2 streams, but no, it did. The heck? Just my earring? It is.
Anyway, what wave action? You see here, electric. At present, by passing the. Think of it. I'll answer as many. It's.
Man. I genuinely, I'm still so shocked. Like, the game's over. The game's actually over. That's so crazy.
あなたは
Man, I have a lot to say when I finish when I make this video. It's gonna take a while because inherently this game is shorter and longer than the other one. And I am gonna be watching an anime in this video as well too, so it's gonna take a bit, but I'll try my best to hopefully try to get it up before the end of the year. Just skip it. Closed epigraph, yep. Oh, I can put the sound back on. What am I doing? So okay, yeah, so just ignore it. There you go. Alright, tip number 1. Smartphone. A term used to describe phones that appeared around the year 2010 that are capable of email, scheduling, net browsing, and other advanced capabilities. The introduction of smartphones with advanced touchscreens had caused most analysts to expect the market for these items to undergo explosive growth. They were right. I trembled. There have been quite a few today. I kept ignoring them all. I feel like I couldn't keep ignoring them forever. I tapped connect, trying to act as normal as I could so those in front of me wouldn't notice.
はい。
マキセですけど。
All I'm missing is one more. All I'm missing is one more. Stomach. It's so funny. I'm just thinking about it. I did the same thing for a Steins original, trying to get the trophies on stream. And luckily this game's way smaller when it comes to the trophy count. And it's a lot easier to go through it as well because it's a smaller game period, but you know, what's it called? It's funny that I got the trophies for both of these as well.
興味深いわね。
Yes, there you go. MacGyver. Tips. Here you go. Saw all the tips to the promised place. 100% completed Steins Gate 0. Originally, this referred to the act of stripping off the clothes of a female figure whose clothes were never intended to be removed. From there, it came to mean any sort of customization that was far, far removed from the designer's original intent. Some figures, by the way, included clothes that are intended to be removed, called cast-offs. This does not count as MacGyvering or Madivering. Oh
一人でも
man.
やるよ。セズラと約束したからね。
There you go. Steins Gate 0 has been 100%ed. And you want to know what's funny too? Steins Gate original, 107 hours. A good 15 to 20 of those are just bloat from me having to record for the game itself and trying to get the trophies. So honestly, I'll say 25. So 75 hours. Say 75 hours is a fair estimate. Steins Gate 0 only took me 50. That's crazy. That's so crazy. Man, this game is a lot smaller. But yeah. With that, let's go to the title screen. We're done. We are done with Steins Gate 0. So, you guys already heard me talk about it this entire stream, but again, I don't think this game is as good as the first one, and that's perfectly fine. It doesn't need to be, you know? But there is a reason why I played it to completion. This game is not dog water by any sense of the imagination. This game is fire. This game is fire. And I think I gotta... Isn't it kind of cool, actually, thinking about it, that, like, I didn't intend for this thumbnail to be, like, the yin and yang, like, so, if you could tell, actually, let me just say it. So, for, like, the first couple of streams when I was doing the other route first, where it was, yeah, okay. Where I was doing the closed circle route first, and then I went over to the other route first where, alright, excuse me, sorry. I was doing the Vega and Altair route versus doing the Promise Renascimento route. The Promise Renascimento route has the colors, like the colored backgrounds. Meanwhile, the other route, from the beginning all the way up until Vega and Altair, that is only white, pure white background. It was not intentional, but as soon as I noticed it, I immediately went with it. So, if you didn't notice that, now you see it, right? But yeah, no. So I do gotta change the title for this stream. It's not, now that I know that it's the final stream, I do gotta work on that. But yeah, so Steins Gate 0. I'm gonna save my thoughts for when I play the, when I make the video. But I do want to show you guys the next game that I am going to be streaming, because there was no doubt in my mind that I was going to be streaming this game. So, you know, I'm gonna download it right now, and then while I wait for it to finish, because it shouldn't take long at all. Yeah, look at it, it's almost done. This game's actually, I don't have a lot of trophies either. There you go. Okay. But yeah, anyways, so yeah, again, I'm gonna save my thoughts for the end of the video, which, you know, stay tuned for that. And if you haven't already, watch the video I did on Steins Gate Original and the streams that I did for that game as well, if you want to see how I feel about that game and, you know, the anime as well. So, you know, it's on my channel, but I'll link it in this stream as well if you want to see that. But yeah, so I genuinely cannot believe that this game is done. Like, I can't believe I finished this game today. I was not expecting it, because like I started like at 2:30 and it's already 8, and it's like, that's fine. Like, I knew it was gonna be a long stream. I just didn't think that it would be a, what's it called, it would be the final stream. Like, legit. So yeah, anyways, let me close Steins Gate 0 for now, and let me show you a different game. let me show you all the next game. Huh. That's no good. Do this. This right here, catch your specific window. Yep. Sure, why not? Just have you capture Photoshop. And then sure, there you go. We'll look at my face or something. Oh. It didn't work. Whatever, it's fine. Weird. You know what? I'm gonna open the game again, and then so you guys have something to look at least, so I don't have to show what this is. Not thinking about it, I shouldn't have closed the game. There you go. Skip, 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 skip. There you go. Continue. Load. I know. I should take you guys. Take you guys right here. Clear list. There you go. And then leave you guys here. Anyways, so let me take care of this real quick. I gotta turn on the volume for this game wholeheartedly. This game supports an autosave feature. Please don't turn off your PC whilst the icon is displayed at the top screen. Oh! Ooh, wee! There you go. That looks so much better. I'll keep it this way then. I hope this one looks better. Language, English, gameplay, vibration, screen flashes, yep. So I just realized. What the heck? Why does that look like that? Hold on, wait, why does that look like that? That's not normal. Yeah, why is that? Hell no. If only it was a subathon, but nah, it's not. Let me fix this though. Any full screen application, specific window, So does this game not have a... Doesn't seem like it has a... Yeah, it only has window or borderless. So let me try to fix this. How do I... So who... Oh, is it working now? Yeah, it is working now. Lit. All right, let me watch the stream, see if it Z special contents gallery, why not? Naruhodo. Okay. Yep, it works. It works. So, there you go. Yep. But that's all. That's all I wanted to show you all. Is that is going to be the next game that I'm playing. I am going to be playing the Great Ace Attorney Adventures. Teasing. The Great Ace Attorney, not the Great Ace Attorney Adventures. That's a completely different game. It's easy. I was thinking about Miles Etcher Investigations. There you go. But yeah, no, I'm gonna be playing the Great Ace Attorney. I've been wanting to play this game for so long, and I can't wait to show you all. But don't expect it to be anytime soon. As in, like, don't expect it to be tomorrow. I have a lot of content I gotta work on now, because I originally wasn't expecting to finish Steins Gate 0 tonight again, so I was gonna wait a little bit to try to finish it, but like I said, I had 3 videos I was planning to make. Steins Gate 0 was the obvious one that I was like, yeah, I'm going to be doing it on that. The other one I actually started working on right now, so I'm gonna have to put that on pause for a little bit. But yeah, no, so how do I say this? Expect content, at least one more video before the end of the year, depending on how long this Steins Gate 0 video takes me to make. But, you know, we shall see what before, you know, when that time comes. But yeah, no, so thank you all so much for joining me on this journey. Whether you watch the VODs, whether you watch live, or whether you watch the video that will come out eventually. You know, I wholeheartedly and sincerely appreciate your viewership, and I do hope that at the very least, if you watched either game, whether it's 0 or original, that you have some interest in the series, and that you may want to check out the games yourselves, or I personally recommend this myself if you don't want to play the games, but watch the anime, whether it's original or 0. They both have a show, so you have that option available to you as well, or there's manga as well, if you know, whichever you're partial to. If my streams or videos helped you garner some interest in the series, then I'm really glad that I was able to, because there's certain games, which just funny, just I'm just showing my home screen, but whatever, who cares. There's certain games on my channel that I've played, and videos and series that I've made content on, that mean a lot to me, you know. And Steins Gate is one of them. Where I played both of them in a span of 4 months, because like I started Steins Gate back in June, and it's already what's it called, November. It's been 5 months since I started playing this series. And granted, like I don't want it to be like I've known about Steins Gate for a long time. This is not my first rodeo. I want that to be clear. So going. I'm regrow. I'm returning to it. Excuse me. I'm returning to the series with these streams, and it started all the way back on June, and it's almost been half a year. It's about to be 5 months, and a couple days, and a few days, and you can really tell how much fun I was having. Like, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Like, in the span of like a week, I did like 8 streams. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, excuse me, 7 streams. And then, you know, I slowed down. I slowed down a lot. Around like here. Yeah, 1, 2. Yeah. But at the end of the day, I was still having a really good time. I was having such a good time. And wholeheartedly, I don't regret it. I do not regret playing Steins Gate or playing Steins Gate 0. Actually, we're, does that say August 23rd that it ended? No, 17th. I think August 23rd was when I started playing this game. 21st. Barely missed it. But yeah, so then picked it back up a couple days later with Steins Gate 0. Different time. It's a crazy time. It's funny that it started around like close to the end of summer, nearing fall, and it was definitely a good fall game to play because, like, you know, we have a couple streams in September. We have 6 streams in September, and then we have a couple in October. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then we have 3 in November. You know, like, definitely a fall game. It was really enjoyable, man. Like, I had so much fun playing this game. And August, it was 2.5 months. It took me 2.5 months to play this game because I just wasn't on top of it compared to like when I started Steins Gate 0 or Steins Gate Original. But 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, like right here, like this like run was definitely like I was on top of it. Then it slowed down. Well, actually, no, not even. It picked back up around here. Yeah, like it definitely picked back up around here. But yeah, no, like I was saying, like overall, like I really enjoyed this series, and I was actually planning on playing the dating sim at some point in the future. Not now, because I'm burnt. I am really burnt on Steins Gate. I could use a break. I could use a break. It's been a while, so. I do plan on doing that in the future, and I'll make a video on it too. But right now, I don't want to play it. I haven't even bought it yet, so it goes to show how I'm feeling. But yeah, I'm so glad I got to show you guys how much I love this series. And, well, excuse me, it's not how I want to phrase that. I'm glad I got to show you guys a series that I love a lot, that I love dearly. Because, like streaming gives me a reason to play this game. Granted, I wanted to play it before, but I wouldn't have finished the game because, like, I just don't play games by myself anymore. Or at the very least, if I do, I'm streaming it. And I've never been one for story games. Like, I grew up with Let's Plays. That's my way of consuming media, besides like anime, right? And so that's just always been what I've been partial to. And so with that being said, like streaming is like my form of like Let's Play. A lot of people do stream games. They do Let's Plays through streaming now. And for me, it's not like, because like granted, like this is another form of content creation, so it does help me like fill out the space in between videos, because there are a lot of gaps in between videos. The content that I make is privy to that, you know? So it definitely helps out in that regard, but it's just generally fun. I know I'm really bad at like reading comments, so I know when a lot of you comment, I ignore it. And it's not intentional, it's just generally like, I don't have a second monitor, I can't see it. So I'm sorry about that. I could use my phone, but like I just forget to, and then I just don't do it. So that's bad, my bad on my part, you know. But I'd say a lot to say that like I love this. I love content creation, I love streaming, and I wouldn't change it for the world, you know. I got to show you guys an amazing game I love, both of them. And you know, I'm gonna show you guys another game that I love it's really good. So hope you guys are ready for that. But yeah, you know, with that being said, again thank you so much for watching. I really appreciate you doing so. And again, stay tuned for the Steins video when that comes out. And as always, I'll see you on the next one. Until then, this has been Infamous Isaac.